Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and all others in attendance. I hope you're all doing well this evening, as we're here to ring in, hopefully, the final episode of Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. Felt like I should dress for the occasion. Pucas spiffins. I just felt that an extra amount of fanciness was Lucas Dyes hair on stream challenge. God, I do. Yeah. No. But I felt that a extra air of fanciness was allowed for this evening. I poured so little of this because this is my cooking wine. It is not tasty, in my opinion. Also, I don't drink, but I had cooking wine on hand, so I figured, as we are sending off, I believe the first series to ever finish on Pucas and the Frid. Again, hopefully. If there's more than like 3.5 hours of content left, then we're probably not getting that done tonight, because I do have to work tomorrow. But, optimism. So, I have a fucking tiny glass of wine, because that is all I want to drink of the Sauvignon Blanc. I mean, I've had worse, but, like, it's not great. If anyone here is a fan of dry wines, my condolences. Alright. Let's get right into it, shall we? No, I have my soda stream as usual. Ugh, the taste is in my mouth. Ah, that's better. Anyway, let's begin again. Not begin again, but let's get right into it, shall we? I know it's not the vibe of the game, but with this music, can we get a dramatic noir monologue? Yeah, let me just, let me do this properly. Hate when the drink I drink puts the taste of that drink in my mouth. Okay. Shut up, Pucas and the Frid. I know who you are. It was a dark night. Clear skies all around, you could see for miles. When she walked into my office. From the moment I saw her, I knew that things were going to go uphill or downhill from here. But either way, my life would never be the same. She walked in, she said she was looking to hire a dog for a job. And I guess I said yes, downhill, downhill. Nothing will beat Pucas Biffin's reveal. And it was that moment. She came into my office. Oh shit, Maddie isn't here, someone clip that. She walked in, said that someone had murdered her father, said that she was being blamed for it. I didn't know she was a mage when we first met, but in that moment, as I chased after her after hearing her fight with her father, I knew there was something between us. Something that we would only be able to fully explore after 5 court cases, finding out that I'm a celestial, calling a Russian-accented, hyper-intelligent monkey to the stand, dealing with criminal lords, having to divorce myself from the woman who had raised me. Ugh. Emptying this glass of wine that I don't want to drink. because I poured more than I had meant to. Ugh. Okay, thank God that's enough. I do want to keep using this glass because it's a very nice glass. But I'm just going to go ahead and pour my half ginger ale, half cherry cola into this. That's so much better. So much better. Anyway. Let us return into the world of Tyrion Cuthbert. Tyrion, we're definitely lost. Teleport the wine to you. No, I need that to cook with. You followed Lord Steelwind's... Is the wine still... No, the wine's not still in there. I finished the wine. Followed Lord Steelwind's direction to the letter. It appears you found yourselves in the ruins of an old city rather than the estate of the Archduke. I don't understand. This should be the place. The map even has that giant tree north of here. This can't be the city of Leyden that Virgile mentioned. It doesn't look like anyone's lived here in centuries. But Lord Steelwind's directions were pretty straightforward, so why are we... Wait a minute. Did he give us the wrong location on purpose? Please, what kind of dishonorable cretin do you take me for? Lord Steelwind, what are you two standing around here for? The Troyer will be starting shortly. He's not alone either. He's flanked by a division of the King's Guard and Arya, but it's difficult to tell if they're escorting her or keeping watch over her. You can see one of the knights channeling a spell over Arya. Must be an anti-magic field. Even now, she must still be wary about someone taking control of her mind. Wait, this is where we'll be hosting the trial? Yes, the Archduke has always been sentimental about this place, and I doubt a normal courtroom would have enough space. What? I really don't know what possessed him to trust you. It's a miracle he's even taken part in this at all. But nevertheless, let's not keep him waiting. Before you can ask him to elaborate, he walks past you and heads towards one of the central buildings. It's completely dilapidated. You're worried it might collapse on you while you're in it. You look at the prosecutor and raise an eyebrow at her, but she merely shakes her head. It's clear she's just as lost as you are. Alright, I guess we're doing this. The ruins are filled with everyone who's at the Grand Cathedral. I love that they still have the people up in the wings. Amazing. And they all seem to be just as out of the loop as you are. The only person who seems unfazed by this entire situation is Lord Steelwind. He's taken his position at the opposite end of the room. It seems that he truly plans on prosecuting his daughter. Thank you all for coming here today. I appreciate your cooperation with our investigation. Why have you brought us here? This place is filthy. It's crawling with insects and vermin. My apologies, but what happens here today must be kept under wraps for now. I had to choose a location that was away from modern civilization. But nevertheless, I welcome you all to my home. Wait, you live here? I do? Your Grace, I know you wouldn't bring us here unless you were completely certain. But I want to ask you one last time. Is this truly what you wish to do? There will be no going back after this. What? I've made many mistakes in my lifetime. I gave Wyvengard the means to protect themselves, but all it did was warp them into something monstrous. Wait, no! No, he's not a dragon! I grew bitter seeing what I created, so I isolated myself from my people. I thought my best course of action would be to stay in seclusion and leave Wyvengard to fend for themselves. I see now what a fool I was. I abandoned my kin to survive in an unjust world, and now foreign powers have ingrained themselves in my kingdom, all because of my negligence. Foreign powers? Does he still suspect you're an agent of the theocracy? Well, no more. It's time the people of Wyvengard and their enemies remember who watches over them. As he raises his hand, magic begins to swirl around him. He's a fucking dragon! Oh my god! What's going on? The entire room is violently shaking. Whatever he's casting, it's unlike any magic you've seen before. Yeah, because it's not arcane magic, it's draconic! A blinding light envelops him, but you can faintly see his form changing. It's expanding, and from it... Wait, is that... Holy shit! I wasn't expecting that! But what? It's a dragon! As the Archduke assumes his true form, the gallery breaks down into hysteria. Interesting argument, however, I am a dragon. Some of them kneel in reverence to the ancient dragon, and some of them cower in absolute terror. Objection! You're a dragon! You even see some of them attempt to flee before they're stopped by the knights of the Kingsguard. Enough! This may be a court, or this may not be a court, but I will have order. You're an ancient dragon. No, you're the last ancient dragon. That is correct, Heavensborn. I am the Lord of all lords. You all stand before Rathalion, the Scaled Lord. What the fuck? I was not expecting to start this episode on such a bombshell. Remus Virgile is an alias I assume when I walk amongst your kind. But make no mistake, even in my human form, I have always had the strength of an ancient dragon. Until now, only the lords of House Steelwind and the kings of Wyverngard have known my true identity. But I will hide no longer. My will alone will determine how this trial ends. Wonder if Rathalion is still alive, like you said. I wouldn't be surprised. Despite everything, our kingdom's constitution still includes him in our government. Wait, really? As the savior of our kingdom, he was given an honorary position on our political hierarchy. His authority technically rivals that of the king. So that's why you're acting as the arbiter. You're the only person with the authority to convict any and all of the nobles here. Make no mistake, Mr. Cuthbert. I will remain impartial regardless of what transpires here. I will not interfere in this trial, nor will I try to manipulate its outcome. I will only mediate its proceedings, and pass judgment when necessary. Well, that's certainly terrifying. Now then, with introductions out of the way, shall we proceed? Of course, Your Grace. The prosecution is ready. The defense is also ready. I'm sure we're all thoroughly aware of why we're gathered here. But for the sake of doing this properly, could you please list the charges, Lucio? Of course. The defendant, Arya Steelwind, is charged with several counts of manslaughter. Her victims include many knights from the Kingsguard who are still unresponsive. And of course, there's Lloyd von Sanctus and Coraline Sybil, the heads of House von Sanctus and House Sybil respectively. What is this farce? This trial was been over before it began. Lady Steelwind clearly overestimated herself. Even a child knows to be wary of Mageblight. No, don't you see? This is Bahamut's judgment. The divine powers that clearly think she is unfit to rule at the king's side. Might I remind the court of my own testimony? I witnessed Beatrice Frege enter the prayer room before I lost consciousness. Isn't it suspicious this occurred around 15 minutes before Pierce's death? Ooh. If I recall correctly, you only caught a glimpse of her. You don't know if it was someone else disguised in an illusion. You didn't even speak to her. It's all the more reason to call her to the stand to explain herself. She has already testified she has no memories of what transpired during the massacre. There is no need to drag this out any longer than necessary, Cuthbert. My client has a right to a fair trial, and Beatrice Frege's involvement clearly implies some sort of foul play. My daughter did a bad. Enough. I find Mr. Cuthbert's request to be reasonable, and I agree that Lady Frege's actions are quite suspect. Very well, let the defense have his battle. I only hope for his sake that his blade strikes true. Why is everything a war metaphor with you? Beatrice. I'm glad you're safe, Mr. Cuthbert. Not for lack of trying on your part. That wasn't... I have no memories of what I did. If I hurt you, I am truly sorry. She actually looks pretty sincere, but it's not as if this is the first time she's lied to you. To be honest, I'm still a little doubtful about your memory loss. But I'm not the only one who experienced it. Arya also has no memories of what happened. How would you know that? I didn't even catch what the original thing was there. Word travels around quickly in the dungeons. What? Regardless, if you truly have no memories of what happened, could you testify about what you do remember? Perhaps there's a clue in there we haven't discovered yet. Very well. Alright, so I have a feeling... Puts reverb on the dragon voice in the VOD. Maybe. I was with my sisters and my guide, Arasil Mater. I was speaking with them in the garden when suddenly I felt ill and lost consciousness. When I woke up, my sisters found me. They said I had gone missing for over an hour. I was confused, but when I later heard what happened, I realized that someone must have taken control of my body. I have no memories of what happened, and from what I understand, the same thing happens to Arya. To make matters worse, there's nothing that indicates who may have controlled our actions. So she's also saying that someone else was controlling her. Well, her testimony does match up with Arya's statement, but there's something off about the way she's testifying. If she were trying to lie to you, she would have been a lot more vague. What is she doing? She's been missing since the massacre happened. I really hope she's okay. Well, make no mistake, she's definitely okay. What makes you so sure? Do you remember anything about what happened to her? No, but it's just a feeling. No fear speculation. Tell us what happened next, Frigga. You have no memories of what happened. No, none at all. I can only imagine what I was forced to do while I was unconscious. Forced? What do you mean by that? It's nothing. Why would she say something like that? You found the contradiction, but it was almost like she gave it to you. Beatrice, you said there's no indication of who orchestrated this, but there is one piece of evidence that does just that, albeit loosely. What would that be? This symbol. Pull out the parchment with a purple mark on it and show it to her. Marnath, what are you doing? What's wrong? He's using his powers to suppress our connection. Magic? I can't actually see what you're trying to show me. Marnath, can you stop being petty and just let her see it? I don't take orders from you, Heavensborn! I wonder, Mr. Cuthbert, what is on that parchment? You see, Beatrice, Arya's been investigating a string of murders throughout Wyvengard. These murders appear to be unrelated, despite how gruesome they are. But they all share one thing in common. This symbol is found at each and every crime scene. Objection! Don't tell me my daughter has roped you into her little conspiracy theory. Your mind control defense would be laughable if it weren't downright insulting. Lord Steelman, during the gap in Arya's memory, someone placed this mark in her pocket. It was clearly some sort of taunt from whoever orchestrated this. Nonsense. She clearly drew that symbol herself during her psychotic episode. We've had to listen to her go on and on about her insane theory. She was obsessed with it. Mr. Cuthbert, aren't you curious about what just happened? What are you talking about? Think about it. Why did... My apologies, I don't know why I said that. Ugh. Is everything okay, Beatrice? Yes, I'm perfectly fine. Anyways, it looks like you'll have to figure the rest out on your own. Figure out the rest on my own? What do you mean by that? There's nothing to figure out. Your Grace, these two are making a mockery of us by spouting these insane theories. Defense clearly has no case. End this at once. Considering what I know, I'd like to indulge this theory. What? The judge is finally giving you a chance for once. That's a first. You shouldn't waste this opportunity. I've actually been noticing it for quite a while. Beatrice has been acting strangely since the trial began. Suspicious, but not in the way that seems to implicate her. It's almost like she's intentionally trying to make you realize something. Why don't you pull on this thread a little more? She just asked if you are curious about what just happened. You're not sure why she stopped herself when you asked for elaboration. But whatever she's trying to draw your attention to must be significant. Marnath hid the purple mark from Beatrice. She's trying to fight Eris interfering. Marnath. He didn't allow Beatrice to see the purple mark. He'd only do that if Beatrice would recognize it normally. Why would Marnath interfere? Things have clearly changed now that she belongs to the Empress of Discord, so why would a demon like Marnath interfere like this? The purple mark is related to a demon. The purple mark must be related to a demon somehow. It's the only explanation as to why he would prevent her from seeing the mark. But Arya's been investigating murders throughout Wyvengard. Does this mean her investigations also has something to do with a demon? Did someone say Discord? I feel like that's going to happen a lot, given that apparently Eris's true identity is the Lady of Discord. Now, both Arya and Beatrice are also claiming they were controlled. How could something demonic control Beatrice? You can't explain what happened to Arya and these other individuals, but you do know why Beatrice might not have full control of her actions. Beatrice lost control of their actions due to a blood contract? You recall what was written on Beatrice's contract during her trial. It said what would happen if she failed to claim House Frigga. Her soul, her mind, and her life would all be claimed by the Empress of Discord. What does this tell us about Arya? If this Empress of Discord owns Beatrice's mind, would that mean they could also control Beatrice against her will? But if that were true, Arya lost control during a blood contract? No, that can't be right, can it? Did Arya seriously sign a blood contract with a demon? But why would she ever do that? But it's the conclusion that makes the most sense. You can't think of any other way someone would control her against her will. And there is one way to find out for certain. The Divine Edict, that same ability used against Beatrice during her trial. It was instinctual at the time, but you have some understanding of how it works. It creates a copy of a blood contract between a contract holder and the demon who created it. But for it to work, you need to know the name of the contract holder. In addition to that, you need the name of the demon who created the contract. Which demon did Arya make a blood contract? You're right, only relying on guesswork. But going off what you know, the demon who made the contract must be the so-called Empress of Discord. She was mentioned in Beatrice's blood contract, but you still have no idea who or what she is. However, she was mentioned in a blood contract created by Maranath. She must be a superior in some way. That might explain why Maranath doesn't want Beatrice to identify the purple mark. Not sure if a pseudonym is enough, but it's the closest you can get with what you know. You've been awfully quiet for a while, Mr. Cuthbert. What are you thinking about? Probably imagining new ways to futilely stall for time. I think I've finally figured out why the witness and the defendant can't remember anything, and it would also explain why they didn't have control of their actions. Again with this. Well, if you're so convinced of my daughter's conspiracy, why don't you prove it? I knew it. Even you don't believe in the nonsense you're spouting. Lord Steelwind, I want to be wrong about this. If I'm right, the implications don't bode well for anyone involved. So instead of telling you, I think it would be better to show you. Empress of Discord, wherever you may hide. Damn it. I knew you could do it. By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Arya Steelwind. Fuck! This blood contract seems strange. Unlike Beatrice's contact, it's only one page. Even stranger, there's a large empty space at the top half of the page. There are only a few sentences at the bottom. For the Oh shit, did the stream go down for a minute? Are we back? We back. Alright, what was the last thing y'all saw? Guys. It's no longer Jover. Okay, what was the last thing y'all saw? The blood contract screen. Okay, basically it was just Rathalon going, no, it can't be. Enough. Stop prattling amongst yourself. No, this is a sham. This wretch has clearly created a convincing fabrication. It's genuine, Lucio. It's impossible to falsify something like this. Can't deny the truth anymore, Lord Steelwind. There is a way to control someone else's actions. Arya Steelwind wasn't affected by Mageblight. She was controlled against her will. With this evidence, there's no doubt that Arya did sign a blood contract, but it still doesn't make sense. I agree. Even if Arya was the type of person to sign a contract with a demon, can't hear but I'm saying hi. Hello, Velvet. There isn't a single part of this contract that benefits her. Why would Arya sign this contract? Arya signed the contract because she was threatened by because it looked like a normal document. There's a large empty space above the terms of your daughter's contract. When I issue a divine edict, it creates a copy of the blood contract that I call for. I think when she was given this contract, it probably looked like something entirely different. Something else was written in this empty space to make it look like a normal legal document, which means that my client was not in control of her actions that day. Objection! Enough of this, all of you. Do you see now, Lord Steelwind? Arya was not responsible for what happened. That remains to be proven. What are you talking about? She has a blood contract that relinquishes control of her free will. Not having control and not being responsible are two very different things, Cuthbert. What? I'll admit, the defendant may not have had control of her actions when she murdered the victim. However, she did have full control of herself when she signed this contract. Are you serious? No one in their right mind would willingly sign a contract like this. And what of Beatrice Frigga? Was she in her right mind when she made a contract with the demon Maranath? If we can't hold the defendant responsible, surely we should also acquit Lady Frigga for the murder of her father. That's hardly the same thing. I, for one, fail to see the difference. Fool made a deal with a demon, and as a result, several esteemed members of the nobility were killed. She's your daughter, Lucio. And how does that change anything? Damn it, he seriously doesn't care if he convicts Arya. Honestly, this only places more responsibility on her for what happened. We could have accepted if she had been reckless and accidentally induced Mageblight, but to sign a contract with a demon? That only further espouses the need to put her down. She was clearly tricked, Lucio. Is that so? As a fellow attorney, would you really sign a contract without carefully inspecting it? Whether it was through foolishness, negligence, or both, the defendant willingly signed a blood contract. She compromised herself, and as a result, 3 nobles died. The responsibility falls squarely on her. Wait, even if she willingly signed that contract, that's not entirely true, is it? Who else is responsible for Arya's actions? The patron. Lucio, there's clearly someone else to blame for Arya's actions that day. And who would that be? I'd like to reread my client's blood contract to the court. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron. That can only mean one thing. Whoever this patron is, they took control of my client and used her to murder the victims. That's right, they could still be out there. None of us are safe until this patron's apprehended. Surely we can't end this trial while every member of the Wyvern Guard nobility is in danger. Well played. I'm compelled to agree with Mr. Cuthbert. Trickery or not, it's clear someone wished ill intent on the nobles. And until we know who this patron is, you can't pass judgment on my client. Not until we know the circumstances that she signed that blood contract under. What would you have us do, Cuthbert? The contract has no stipulations about proximity or how this mind control works. For all we know, this patron could have murdered the victims all while sitting in their very home. There was a clear intent behind this attack. Even if the patron didn't directly participate in the murders, they definitely had a motive. If Arya was being controlled, then we can analyze her behavior to determine who was controlling her. I see. That does sound as good a plan as any. At the very least, we can't allow this patron to escape justice. Despite the questions raised, we've clearly made some headway. I believe we should take a brief recess to process these revelations. Very well. Whew. Shit. Got some bombs being dropped in the first half hour. Recess! Step outside the Scaled Lord's lair to get some fresh air. These new revelations are a lot to take in. Celeste looks especially down. From what you observed, she and Arya have been speaking to each other a lot. Must have become friends over the many times they've met. Can't imagine how powerless she feels right now. Arya, I'm so sorry. Don't be... Oi. Her voice begins to break. She's always been stoic, but it's clear even she has her breaking point. Can't imagine what you're feeling right now. But there's still hope. If we can find out who did this to you, we can still save you. Do you remember if you've signed anything recently? No, I don't... Damn it. Patron must have wiped your memories to cover their tracks. But I still don't understand. Even if I don't remember signing that contract, I don't think I would be that careless. Remind me to tell you guys about my horrible, embarrassing experience at my staff meeting later. Oof. Right. As much as I hate to admit it, Lucio was right. You're an attorney like me, and we always carefully look over contracts before we sign them. Which raises the question of how the patron got your signature. We don't know. We just... Damn it. We don't even know what circumstances you were under when you signed that contract. For all we know, the patron could have used any number of tactics to coerce you into doing this. That's also possible. Arya, as you're deliberating amongst yourselves, Lord Steelwind approaches you. What are you doing here? Father... I can't believe him. How does he have nothing to say? His actions say otherwise, but you could have sworn you saw something through the eye. It's almost as if he was saddened and worried. Well, no matter how he feels internally, he's made it clear that he's your enemy. Whatever his motivations are, you'll overcome him, just like everyone else. We should also head back, Celeste. Right. No matter what it takes, you're going to see this through. Court is now resumed. Shall we pick up where we carried off? How would you like to proceed? I think we should review what we do know about the murders. We do have a plethora of witnesses to work with. That's correct. So let's start from the beginning. All began at noon yesterday morning. Shit, this was just yesterday? I was at my house in Ratholm with Arya and my bodyguard, Celeste. I was speaking with them when a courier suddenly delivered a letter to my home. It was from Garrick Pierce, who wanted to meet with me and Celeste at the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord at 2 p.m. To make sure we were on time, we arrived at the Grand Cathedral at 1 p.m. At that time, we didn't know the cathedral was closed to the public, but the knights guarding the cathedral allowed us through anyways. Apparently, they were expecting us. It should not have been possible. Due to the solemnity of the situation, we were very particular about who was permitted to enter the cathedral. It's possible someone pulled some strings to let us through, or you two entered the cathedral illegally. Well, I'm sure that knight from the King's Guard can vouch for us. We know about every order given to the King's Guard, and none of them were told to let you two through. It's possible the knight we met fell comatose like the others. As long as they're unresponsive, we'll never know. Perhaps we should continue. Anyways, we arrived at the church and spent the next hour sightseeing before we went to meet with Pierce. In that time, we met with Remus, Lucio, Arya, Aster, and Alaric. And around that time, Arya and Aster left together to meet with the High Speaker in his quarters. Excuse me. While exploring the cathedral, we spoke with Von Sanctus and Sybil. Then we spoke with the three Frege sisters and Eris Ilmater. Eris Ilmater? She's a friend of Beatrice Frege. The Kingsguard wouldn't let her bring her familiar into the cathedral, so she brought Eris to guide her instead. Anyways, we left the garden around 1:45 p.m. to meet with Pierce in the prayer room. And around the same time, Arya left her meeting with the High Speaker and felt nauseous. The last thing she remembers is looking at Lake Galacrond. A likely story. Regardless, at 2 p.m., Aster went to pay respects to his father's body. Unbeknownst to him, a mage had placed a glyph of contingency in front of his father's coffin. It was set to trap him within a force cage. What a despicable act. Considering what followed, the attack on His Majesty must have been a diversion. Right. It was also at this time that both Beatrice and Eris went missing. Considering the timing of it all, someone must have taken control of Beatrice's body after the trap on Aster was sprung. Are you saying this patron controlled her as well? No, I don't think so. According to our contract, her mind belongs to the Empress of Discord, not the patron. Furthermore, Arya's blood contract was created by the Empress. It's clear the patron and the Empress were in league with each other, or they're the same person. Wonderful. Another demon we have to worry about. Anyways, the patron and the Empress hid all of the pieces they needed. That's when they began the massacre. The patron took control of Arya's body, and they used her to murder Von Sanctus at 2:05 p.m. Presumably, Arya started a fire in the common room around this time. And since Von Sanctus's body was found there, this must have been after she murdered him. Shortly after, Prince Alaric spotted smoke from the fire and asked Arya what was going on. Arya responded by using an unknown, it's polymorph, but okay, transmutation spell to incapacitate him. I think they would use her to attack the prince as well. Luckily, the effect of that spell were only temporary, and Alaric came out unharmed. After this, the patron used Arya to murder Sybil at 2:15 p.m. She brought Sybil's body to the westward balcony, where she dumped it into Lake Galacrond. High Speaker Arceus witnessed this, but he wasn't aware of what she'd thrown off the balcony until much later. The High Speaker thought this encounter was strange, but he continued with his business. He headed to the prayer room, but was turned away by the knight standing guard there. Meanwhile, Celeste and I were talking to Lord Pierce. When we showed up for the meeting earlier, he was clearly expecting someone else to show up. We tried to get to the bottom of what was happening, but he refused to answer our questions. And at about 2:20 p.m., we heard a commotion outside. Celeste went to investigate. And that's when Celeste fought Arya. The patron's target was Garrick Pierce, but Celeste was too powerful to neutralize. They fought each other for about 15 minutes before Arya was finally able to push past her. During their fight, the Emperor sent Beatrice into the prayer room. She probably made Beatrice invisible to move undetected. She then cast a sleep spell on Pierce and me to knock us out. I remember checking the time close when this happened. This must have happened at 2:30 p.m. If your testimony is correct, Beatrice Frege was actively used in this plan. Yes, and considering how quickly the massacre unfolded, the Empress must have coordinated with the patron. They probably planned how they would use Beatrice and Arya to carry out the murders. Anyways, after Beatrice knocked us out, Arya finally pushed past Celeste and entered the prayer room. And before Celeste could chase after her, she had already murdered Pierce. Arya and I were already unconscious by the time Celeste entered the room. The patron had already achieved their goal of murdering the three nobles, so she probably fell unconscious after they released their control over her. Arya and I regained consciousness shortly after. That's when the Inquisition arrested her for the murders. Lord Pierce was one of the victims. Your meeting clearly had more significance than I'd realized. So tell us, Cuthbert, what was your discussion about? It's fine. You can tell them. Alright, as long as it's okay with you. For the past few months, Celeste and I have been investigating who her birth parents are. We recall receiving many complaints about her during the Lord's Ball. Supposedly, Garrick Pierce had the information we were seeking. That letter he sent us said he wanted to trade this information for his freedom. I assumed this meant that he wanted me to be his attorney. Do you honestly expect us to believe that? Why would he ask for help from the attorney who indicted him in the first place? We thought the same thing. And when we arrived for the meeting, it was clear that I wasn't the intended recipient. This means that Pierce sent that letter to someone else. Better not be lying to us, Cuthbert. Frankly, I don't much care if you believe me. Regardless, if we examine every action Arya took, we can build a psychological profile of the patron. We will give you that. To begin, the defense would like to call the Inquisition commander to the stand. His testimony might shed some light on how Von Sanctus and Sybil died. Despite all these witness accounts, we still only know how Pierce was murdered. Yes, he was impaled using a magic blade magically frozen from his own blood. In a grim sort of way, it's almost poetic that he died the same way Flintheart did. But you doubt that will give Celeste any kind of closure. Anyways, we need to find out exactly how Arya murdered Von Sanctus and Sybil. The massacre was swift and efficient. It must have required a lot of forethought and coordination. If we figured out who might have had this knowledge, we might be able to find out who did this. I see. Sounds as good a plan as any. Kingsguard, escort Commander Orem White to the witness stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Alright, Commander? I'm sorry, I just can't do this. How am I supposed to act like this is normal? A giant lizard standing right behind me. Calling me a lizard is highly offensive, Commander. Sorry, scaled lordship, sir. Commander, just try your best to testify about what happened. Yeah. Okay. All sudden, when we received a report from the King's Guard, the prosecutor attacked Prince Alaric and a fire had broken out in the common room. We weren't sure what the deal with Steelwind was, so we went to the common room to put out the fire. But when we got there, we noticed a bunch of unconscious knights in front of the prayer room. We went to the prayer room. That's when we found Steelwind and Cuthbert unconscious next to Pierce's dead body. We later found the bodies of Von Sanctus and Sybil too. That's when we realized that she offed all three of them. So you still have no idea how Steelwind was used to murder Von Sanctus or Sybil. Not a clue. It's especially worse for Von Sanctus. That fire burned a lot of the physical evidence off his body. What about Sybil? Was there any physical evidence on her body? No idea about that either. She didn't have any wounds either. All we know is that she died of suffocation. There's definitely more information can glean from their investigation. And this is mainly based on Prince Alaric's testimony, am I correct? Yeah, we still have no idea which transmutation spell she hit him with. Judging from the time of the report, this must have been well after all three of the murders occurred. Yeah, it was unfortunate how that played out. If Steelwind really was controlled, whoever controlled her knew how to get the job done quickly. Leaves the question of how they did this so efficiently. Was that wise? Regardless of who it was, someone assaulted a Prince of Wyvengard. We were already dealing with a king who was trapped in that force cage. Honestly, a lot happened in that hour. Most of our attention was focused on keeping the royal family safe. We can already conclude the attack on the king was a distraction. Whoever orchestrated this must have known we'd focus our attention on keeping the royal family safe. I suppose that makes sense. The casualties still included many knights from the King's Guard. I feel like things are starting to point toward Lucio, and I don't know how I feel about that. They probably had to spread their forces thin to protect everyone else and handle the fire in the common room. What did you do when you arrived at the common room, Commander? Did you see Arya or Celeste? No, we only saw the aftermath of their fight. There were marks and craters everywhere in that hallway. Pierce's time of death was 2:45 p.m. The knights didn't arrive at the common room until 3:10 p.m. Didn't arrive at the prayer room until well after the battle had taken place. Wait, wouldn't that mean you were in that room with Pierce's body for 25 minutes? Why didn't you look for help? You weren't waking up for some reason, so I kept channeling my healing magic into you. Looking back, I probably should have just looked for help, but even if Arya was unconscious, I didn't want to leave you alone in that room with her. Right, sorry. Calling that moment is clearly taking a toll on her mind. Should be more careful. Judging from the timing, this would have been several minutes after he'd already died. Yeah, and we had no idea what was going on. Pierce was already dead, and you and Steelwind are unresponsive. Can see why I'd be unresponsive. I was hit with a spell specifically designed to make people sleep. But why would Arya be unresponsive too? We have no idea. We've never inherited demonic possession till today. For all we know, it could have been a side effect of being controlled for over an hour. I suppose that makes sense, but could that common thread be truly a mere coincidence? Last statement was a little vague. Perhaps you should ask him to elaborate more on one of the murders. But whose murder should he elaborate on? Could you elaborate more on the Von Sanctus murder? Was there any evidence that implied how he died? Like I said, it's tricky with Von Sanctus because the fire partially burned his body, and our divination magic can only tell he died of suffocation. I see, so there's no other physical evidence. There is one thing. From his burn marks, we don't know he was hit with a firebolt before he died. But guess what, she wanted to weaken him before she dealt the final blow. So he took a direct attack from her before he died. Anyways, please add this to your testimony, Commander White. Sure, whatever you say, kid. This must have made him with a firebolt. And she does know firebolt. Huh. Oh. It must have been immense pain from that attack. Despite how much you know, there are lots of details missing on how Sybil died, but the Inquisition might have some clues you missed. Right, Firebolt is in her spell compendium, and Von Sanctus wasn't actually a fighter after all. Yeah, poor Seb didn't have a chance. Must have been immense pain from that attack. Alright, I missed the first part of that, so I wanted to go back and hit that. Alright. Von Sanctus and Sybil both died via suffocation. You can probably assume the patron used the same method to murder both of them. Well, you know what they say about assuming? Don't be cute, Cuthbert. You can't help it. What? What? Anyways, Lucio's assumption does make sense, but you don't want to jump to conclusions yet. Either way, is Von Sanctus the victim you want to focus on? Perhaps you should elaborate on Sybil. Could you elaborate more on Sybil's murder? Was there any evidence that implied how she died? He used no divination magic and knew she died of suffocation, but we're not exactly sure how. But unlike Von Sanctus, Sybil's body wasn't burned. Shouldn't there have been wounds around her neck if she was suffocated? I assume no hints or theories yet? Not yet. Well, I found traces of necromancy on Sybil. I think Steelman cast mend wounds on her body after she offed it, so it removed any wounds on the body. Exactly like what happened with Catherine Bellwether. Yeah, only wounds she has are from the impact of falling into Lake Galacrond. Anyways, please add this to your testimony. Whatever you say, kid. Good spell magic soon. Aha! Arya doesn't know mend wounds. Okay, wrong thing. Here? No? Okay. Okay, well, it has to be something. Oh, mend wounds. It's the first one on the list. Okay, and since someone cast mend wounds on the body, you still don't know how. Yeah, gonna be a real headache figuring that out. Compelled to agree with him, no one saw the murder. The High Speaker only witnessed the moment Arya dumped the body, and even he didn't see that much. Anyways, simple one. Victim you want to focus on. Let's talk about Pierce. Could you elaborate more on Pierce's murder? Was there any evidence that implied how he died? Well, that one's simple. McCoy chased Steele into the prayer room, but didn't arrive fast enough. When she got there, Pierce was already dead. He was killed using the blade magically formed from his own blood. But why would she do something like that? When he murdered Flintheart McCoy, he only used shape liquid to avoid leaving behind any evidence. I doubt the patron would make Steele and do the same thing. Their intent was to pin the crime on her. I think she knew McCoy was on her tail. She didn't have enough time to suffocate him as she did with Von Sanctus and Sybil. She didn't have any weapons on her. She must have had to improvise. But she has other spells that could have done the job. She could have hit him with a steel wind strike. I know from experience she's terrible at controlling that spell. It's possible she didn't want to unleash such a powerful spell in a closed room. It sort of tracks, but it doesn't feel right. I can't really refute it now. It'd be best to move on. Anyways, the other two murders were really well planned. Pierce's murder was the only one that required improvisation. It's possible the patron severely underestimated McCoy's combat capabilities. She fought my daughter for almost half an hour. Meanwhile, the other two murders occurred within quick succession of one another. Yeah, I see what you mean. Anyways, please add this to your testimony, Commander White. Sure, whatever you say, kid. Does she have shape liquid? Yes, she does. Damn. There's gotta be something. Where's shape liquid? Oh, there it is. No, that's not it. Probably didn't have time to suffocate him like the other two, so she must have improvised a weapon using shape liquid. Which is strangely similar to how she went. Lord Pierce was one of the targets of the patron. It's likely they knew about what happened during Coy's trials and drew inspiration from that. So though it seems awfully creative for something they came up with at the moment. Well, don't the legends say that demons engage in contrapasso? Say what now? Some people believe that when souls are sent to hell, they're punished in a way that relates to their sins. In Pierce's case, he committed a murder with a frozen blade. It's possible this Empress wanted the patron to murder him in the same way, though you still can't say for sure. A lot of details missing about Avon Sanctus and Sybil died, but the Inquisition may have missed including miss, blah blah blah. Oh, oops, not this one again. Out of all the murders, Pierce is the one we have the most information about. Yeah, from what it sounds, this patron wasn't planning to let McCoy live. Drawing that fight must have really thrown a wrench into their plans. I find that a little strange, though. How so? My daughter is a worthless soldier. She has no talent for combat. You know, I've experienced McCoy's battle prowess firsthand. As much as I hate to admit it, McCoy should have easily overcome her in an even fight. It was her magic that was the problem. I had no idea what kind of spells she could throw at me, so I had to be careful. Despite everything, I really didn't want to hurt her. Coyness could be the death of McCoy. It'd be better just let that slide. Working on a fancy will be back soon seeing. Ooh! Excited to see that, Tej. Let's go back to Von Sanctus. She was defending with a firebolt. Must have attacked Von Sanctus in the common room and suffocated him somehow. Despite how much you know, there are a lot of details missing about how Von Sanctus and Sybil died, but the Inquisition might have found some clues that you missed. You should have the commander elaborate on what they know about each of the murders. Didn't have anything to defend himself with. Is there anything in this spell compendium that... Mageblade, Force Cage, Send Message... that's strange. What is it now? Commander White, you said that Seal went attacked Von Sanctus with a firebolt before she suffocated him. Yeah, she probably wanted to injure him so he'd be easier to subdue. But that's what I find strange. Von Sanctus knew he was under attack. So wouldn't he cast Force Cage to repel her? I guess that's true. Von Sanctus was hardly a warrior, Cuthbert. Force Cage is an extremely useful spell, but it has to be aimed. He was hit with a firebolt spell, and he must have been in immense pain. I doubt he'd be able to think clearly under those circumstances. I'd normally agree with you, but the crime scene tells another story. What do you mean, Mr. Cuthbert? What implies that Von Sanctus cast Force Cage? When we investigated the crime scene, we found traces of abjuration magic that formed a perfect square around the body. I'm sure if we measured the dimension of that square, it would be 10 foot by 10 foot. Which is the same length and width as the cube created by Force Cage. Like you said, he was in no shape to aim it. So he cast Force Cage on himself to create a makeshift barrier. Nonsense. Von Sanctus had cast Force Cage on himself. He should have been protected from further harm. The defendant would have been able to suffocate him after that. Perhaps there's some way to bypass Force Cage. Once again, your ignorance of the arcane arts is made apparent. Force Cage is one of the most powerful abjuration spells in existence. Can't be dispelled, and no one could teleport into or out of it. Right, Astor was also trapped in a Force Cage, and he had to wait for the hour duration to elapse. So how did Steelwind suffocate him? Wait, if Force Cage is a perfectly closed space, is it possible that he ran out of air? Would be a glaring weakness. House Von Sanctus obviously designed that spell to allow oxygen through the barrier, and before you ask, poisonous gases can't be pushed through the barrier either. Only oxygen can travel through it. Right. And even if they had used poisonous gas, the autopsy report would have said he was suffocated. Sorry, oxygen can only travel through the bounds of a Force Cage. So how did you... Arya consumed all the oxygen in the room. Arya... Oh, the fire consumed all the oxygen. Force Cage is specifically designed to allow oxygen through its barrier. But what if there was no oxygen left in the room? Oxygen. You see? It was the fire in the common room. The patron knew Arya couldn't harm Von Sanctus once he was in that Force Cage, so she started a fire to eat all the oxygen within the room. What should have protected him ended up trapping him, and the inability to dispel it ended up sealing his fate. Ah. I suppose that explains how the defendant murdered Von Sanctus. But with that in mind, a lot of this plan sounds like it was improvised in the moment. Just like the murder of Pierce. And not only that, we assumed the patron used the same method to kill both Lord Von Sanctus and Lady Sybil. But I doubt Lady Sybil died under the same circumstances. Correct, there was only one fire. And if Sybil was in that Force Cage, the defendant would have been able to throw her body into Lake Galacrond. Which means Sybil must have died by asphyxiation elsewhere. And it's clear our next course of action is to determine how Lady Sybil was murdered. But we still don't know where she was murdered. And the only witness who saw her around this time was the High Speaker. Which was after the defendant disposed of Sybil's body. Well, the High Speaker's testimony is as good a start as any. For our next witness, the defense would like to call High Speaker Theon Arceus to the stand. What's wrong? It's nothing. Please carry on. Kingsguard, escort High Speaker Arceus to the witness stand. Alright, what's Rathlon's problem? Witness, you will testify about... O great and blessed Scaled Lord, to think you would grace us with your presence! Oh my god. Forgive me, Lord Rathion, I spoke out of turn. You must think I'm an arrogant fool. Looks like the witness is smoozing the judge runs. How many times do I have to tell you people that I'm not a god? Yes, I revere and serve the god of dragons, but I'm not Bahamut's avatar. But you're the Scaled Lord! I'm just a dragon. I'm not even a powerful one. Bro is literally the strongest Pokemon. I'm not a deity. This humility, it's exactly what Bahamut's avatar would say. I swear to God. He even swears by the god's name. Lucio, please handle this. Perhaps another approach is warranted. Holy Speaker Arceus, the great and powerful Rathalion calls upon you today. We require You require my blood? Of course, I will gladly give my life for the Scaled Lord. What? No. Of course, my blood could never be enough. You just let me... I will do as you wish, my lord. It might take some time, though. I'll need some time to gather some followers and... Oh my god, we just want your testimony. Just tell us what you saw when Miss Steelman was at the westward balcony yesterday. Oh, I see. If that's what you truly wish, my lord. Are you just going to ignore how ready he was to commit mass murder? Be quiet, we just got him to calm down. Damn. I was doing some paperwork in my quarters and suppose I lost track of the time. My alarm went off and realized it was time for my afternoon prayers. I began heading to the prayer room when I spotted Lady Steelman looking over the westward balcony. I tried to greet her, but she didn't respond to me. So when I noticed she was pushing something large over the balcony and into Lake Galacrond. I asked her what she was doing, but again she ignored me and went towards the prayer room. I thought nothing of it and made my way there as well. That's when the guards there turned me away. I went back to my quarters to do my prayers there. If I have to keep doing this voice, I'm not going to have a voice. Considering the timing of all, this must have happened minutes before she began attacking the prayer room. Yes, I consider myself lucky. The Scaled Lord must have graced me with divine luck. Please, just stop. Considering how quickly she was moving, there has to be a reason why she waited there. Was she waiting for the High Speaker to leave? Perhaps she should closely examine the timing of these events. Blood time. What was her expression like? It was very cold and emotionless. Patron must have had control over her when this happened. Yes, that certainly makes the most sense. Right. What time did this happen? It was shortly after my alarm went off. It would be definitely before 2:15 p.m. That must have been Sybil's body. I suppose so. You don't sound so sure of it yourself. It's just that I recall Lady Sybil's garb to be much brighter. Meanwhile, the thing I saw Lady Steelman throw over the balcony was much darker. Right, you mentioned that before. It's clear it was a trick of the sunlight. The balcony is directly above where we found Lady Sybil's body in Lake Galacrond. You obviously saw the defendant dump in the body. Where else could it have been? Yes, I suppose you're right. The patron was probably trying to keep her on track, but I'm surprised she didn't attack you. Even if the patron was trying to frame her, she hadn't killed Pierce yet. Yes, I'm a little confused about that myself, but perhaps I should just be happy I came out of that encounter unharmed. Anyways, how long did you talk to her? Our encounter was very brief since she was ignoring me. It couldn't have lasted for more than 2 minutes. Alright, and these guards are still comatose. It makes you uneasy that you still don't have an explanation for that. I'm not late, y'all are early. I mean, you're true galactic. Normally, on a Wednesday, I would have streamed much later. Did the Empress of Discord use some kind of demonic magic to do that? The Eye of Horus doesn't leave magical traces, so it's possible that demonic magic is the same. Either way, it's awfully convenient he left right before the attack on the prayer room happened. But you suppose you have to put a pin in that for now. Anyways, what time did this happen? I believe it was 2:15 p.m. That's when I usually arrive at the prayer room. You were in your quarters during the massacre. Yes, as I've mentioned before, my room is magically soundproof. My guards and I were totally unaware of what was happening. We didn't know what was happening until some members of the King's Guard came to inform me what happened to the king. Some of the King's Guard were there with him, and he mentioned that his guards were there too. They can all probably verify this, but it's still a little hard to believe how close he came to harm that day. Anyways, how long were you in your quarters, though? I waited there until the King's Guard notified me that it was safe. I think I waited there until 3:15 p.m., which was around the time Arya was arrested. It's a very small time frame between Sybil's death and Arya's attack on the prayer room. Excuse me. Much like John Hughes, this man's voice makes me eepy. So true, Queen. You should see if he remembers the exact time. Come on, surely there has to be a... would it be Sybil autopsy? Oh, but Sybil didn't. Okay, so I said it on the wrong thing. It's before 2 p.m., but Sybil died after 2:15. Wait, what? Is something wrong? There is, but I'm not really sure what it means. Stop stammering and say what you want to say. High Speaker, you said that you saw Arya dumping something over the ledge of the balcony. There's no need to be vague, Cuthbert. It's clear from the evidence that you saw my daughter dump in Lady Sybil's body. That's the thing, Lord Steelman. It couldn't have been Sybil's body. What are you talking about? The location from that balcony to where we found Lady Sybil's body lines up perfectly. That may be, but the witness has just said he saw Arya dumping the body before 2:15 p.m. Wait, you see it too, don't you, Lucio? How did Arya dump Coraline Sybil's body into Lake Galacron before 2:15 if her time of death was 2:18 p.m.? Hell yeah, Velvet Sister! Let's drink to Regional State Honor Choir. I see. That does seem peculiar. But we know the defendant threw Sybil's body from the balcony. We no other explanation for how it ended up there. Yes, that's also true. Perhaps she was still alive when Arya threw her off that balcony. She could have been knocked unconscious with a sleep spell. Grace, there were no traces of conjuration magic on her body. Even if she was asleep, she wouldn't have survived a fall from that height. The distance from that balcony to the lake is more than 30 stories. The autopsy report says the cause of death was suffocation, not blunt force. Right. So when did she die? She must have died after she hit the water. But Mr. Cuthbert, Lucio just said she would have died upon impact. But that's assuming she didn't do anything to lessen the blow. She might have had the opportunity to cast a spell to protect herself. That might explain why her body isn't as damaged despite falling from such a great height. Again, it doesn't match with the evidence. Lady Sybil's spell companion contains the spell Slowfall. She had the opportunity to cast a spell. She would have used that spell to slow her descent. She wouldn't have taken any damage from hitting the lake if she'd done that. That's a really good point. But just indulge me for a second. She must have cast Stone Skin on herself. Stone Skin? If you recall, the High Speaker mentioned that something was strange about the object Arya threw over the balcony. It was much darker and didn't match with Sybil's usual garb, almost as if there was something else Sybil was wearing. The object was actually Lady Sybil, protected by a layer of stone. But it still doesn't explain why she would cast that instead of Slowfall. He's right. Why did Sybil cast Stone Skin on herself? Cast Stone Skin before being thrown into the lake. She cast Stone Skin on herself before she was thrown into the lake. Arya must have attacked her, and she cast that spell in response. Would protect her from the Sealwind strike. But that doesn't seem quite right. What do you mean? I may not have seen much, but I saw that the object Arya dumped was stiff and motionless, almost as if Arya knows hold person. If it had been Lady Sybil, she would have been struggling against her, wouldn't she? That's a good point, too. The High Speaker saw Arya dumping a motionless Sybil, but if we assume my logic is correct, she would also still been alive. So why wasn't she struggling against Arya? Sybil was affected by a spell. She must have been affected by a spell, and considering it kept her from resisting Arya, the patron must have made Arya cast that spell on her. It was Hold Creature. Sybil must have cast Stone Skin on herself when Arya attacked her. The patron must have known that Arya couldn't physically damage her like that, so they ordered her to restrain Sybil with that spell. Sybil died by suffocation. That's right, Lucio. Even if she was restrained, Sybil was still protected by stone skin. That would have left only one option for the patron. Sybil drowned in the lake. Sybil suffocated when Arya threw her into Lake Galacron. Her stone skin lessened the impact of the fall, but it also made her drop like a literal rock. Arya's hold creature spell prevented her from moving or releasing the spell. She was helpless as she sank to the bottom of the lake. I believe that covers all three of the murders, then. Yes. Lord Von Sanctus suffocated to death in his own force cage. Lady Sybil drowned after Arya cast hold her creature spell on her, and Lord Pierce died after being wounded by a blade created with shape liquid. The only common thread I see is the patron used some of the victim's magic against them. How does that connect to Pierce? Did he cast shape liquid to make a blade to defend himself? Maybe the murderer took it from him and used it against him. No, but he was knocked unconscious alongside you. He couldn't have been the one to create that blade. Anyways, whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of each of the spells they used to defend themselves. Howdy, Emma. Hello, Emma. They knew that Von Sanctus couldn't dispel his own force cage, and they also knew that he still needed oxygen from within it. And in Sybil's case, they knew Arya couldn't physically harm her when she had stone skin active. They also knew Hold Creature would prevent Sybil from dispelling her own stone skin. And not only that, they did all of this in a quick time frame. Von Sanctus and Sybil died within 13 minutes of each other. Oh, I just realized you're all dressing up and everything. That's so cool. Yeah. Good old, Pucas spiffins, I believe is what TJ said. You missed it. I had a small amount of wine earlier. It's not good wine. Unless you like dry wines. Von Sanctus and Sybil died within 13 minutes of each other. And if Arya hadn't encountered Celeste, Pierce might have died just as quickly. So whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of high-level magic. Not only that, they came up with creative ways to bypass the defenses put up by Von Sanctus and Sybil. Yes, they had the ability to react quickly and decisively. Considering the circumstances, that hardly narrows it down. Several members of the four pillar families were present that day. Each and every one of them studied at the Imperial Academy. They would all be knowledgeable... They would all be knowledgeable in magic and its applications. Something they're saying isn't sitting right by you for some reason. There's something there, so why can't you see it? It's no use, you just can't pierce it together yet. But you're not finished yet. There's another angle of this. Consider who the patron did and didn't target. Similar about some of the targets. The victims were Lloyd Von Sanctus, Coraline Sybil, and Garrick Pierce. What's a similarity we can draw between at least two of them? Von Sanctus and Sybil are house leaders of pillar families. Von Sanctus and Sybil were the heads of their respective noble houses. I have a theory that makes me sad, and if it ends up being true, I will riot. I think I may have a similar theory, Obsidian. Unfortunately, I think I may have a similar theory. But I find it unlikely. Are you saying the patron's goal was to assassinate the leaders of the four pillars? It's the motive that makes the most sense, but that does leave one question. Don't be coy, or you're not daft, Cuthbert. Actually, I highly doubt it was you. Really now. Out of most of the people there, you could have easily tricked your daughter into signing a blood contract. But why would you need to do that? You're the Grand General of Wyvernguard's military, and the cathedral was filled with your men. You could have easily equipped one of your best mages to carry out this massacre, and you wouldn't even need to make a deal with a demon to do so. So why wasn't Lucio targeted then? From our encounter with Celeste, it's clear there's a limit to Arya's combat capabilities. The patron might have simply doubted Arya's ability to defeat the Grand General. But there's also another explanation. Why didn't the patron target Lucio Steelwind? The patron wanted to frame House Steelwind. The patron wanted people to suspect House Steelwind for the murders. They used Lucio Steelwind's daughter to commit the crime. Then they intentionally left him alive to cast suspicion on him. That's why they used my daughter? Is that a tinge of anger you feel from it? Anyways, that leads me to my next point. Imagine if we never discovered Arya's blood contract with the Empress of Discord. What would have happened? We'd still think that Miss Steelwind succumbed to Mage Blight. She would have been convicted for the murders, and trust in House Steelwind would be forever diminished. About a month ago, House Frege lost its head, and his successor, Leifi Frege, was woefully unprepared to take his place. Now, the heads of House Von Sanctus and House Sybil are dead, with House Steelwind being held responsible for it all. All four of the pillar families would have been weakened as a result of the massacre. But I think there's another layer to this. Everything fits together if we assume the patron's goal was to weaken the pillar families, except for the murder of Garrick Pierce. In contrast with Sybil and Von Sanctus, Pierce's political power pales in comparison. Furthermore, Pierce was already scheduled to be executed next month for the murder of Flintheart McCoy. Why would the patron go to the trouble of murdering a condemned man? Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's parents. No, Pierce was going to die regardless of what the patron... Oh. Okay. of... Oh, sorry. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's parents. The patron murdered Pierce because they needed him to die as quickly as possible. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's biological parents. My parents? Do you remember what Pierce said when he showed up for the meeting? Oh, you finally arrived. Suppose this means you finally decided... Wait, you two? We got your letter. Letter? What letter? You sent us a letter, Pierce. It said you knew who Celeste's parents were. I did send that letter, but not to you two. We weren't the intended recipients of that letter. That's right. So that leaves one last question. Who did Pierce originally send that letter to? There's only one Pierce person could have sent that letter to. The person who orchestrated the massacre in the first place. The patron. That means the patron is someone who would be threatened by Celeste's parentage. Because Celeste is a noble. Order. Order in the court. But I don't understand. I'm sorry. I know this is a lot to take in, but I think they were targeting you for some reason. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's parents and attempted to blackmail the patron with this. Instead of complying with Pierce's demands, the patron instead sent the letter to me. Why go through the trouble of luring you there? They could have just allowed Pierce to wait in the prayer room while the defendant made her way to murder him. Looking back on it, it's possible they wanted to kill Celeste too. What? They knew I wouldn't meet with Pierce alone, and the information he had was about her. The patron correctly guessed that I'd bring her with me. By killing both Pierce and Celeste, they'd eliminate any threat Celeste would pose to them. But who would be threatened by such information? Mere existence of McCoy posed a threat to them. It must have something to do with her birthright. Right. So who would that leave? King de Wyvengard just recently died. What if Celeste was a member of the royal family? You think I'm a princess? I don't want to suspect Aster, but we need to consider every possibility. When it comes to conflicts of inheritance, a royal line of succession is the first thing that comes to mind. Not only that, the king would have the authority to pardon Pierce for his crimes. That wouldn't entirely make sense. What do you mean? If McCoy was abandoned in a tavern in Cornhaven, we must assume she's a bastard child. Okay, I don't know why you have to bring that up. My point is that King Olivier wouldn't abandon a child of pure royal blood. Kingdom requires heirs to continue the royal bloodline. He would have leveraged her in a diplomatic marriage. It's disgusting. It's diplomacy, Cuthbert. Anyways, even if McCoy was of royal blood, Aster is the king's eldest child. And he's of pure royal blood. McCoy would have no claim to the throne under these circumstances. Alright, I see what you mean. I suppose that'll eliminate Aster for now. Anyways, we should consider the other suspects first. So who would that leave? House Steelwind? As much as I have my doubts, House Steelwind is the only pillar family whose house leader survived the past month. You think I'm McCoy's biological father? You're barely a father to your actual daughter. I'm only stating that possibility for the sake of argument. As I've said, it wouldn't make sense for you to frame your own daughter when House Steelwind would be blamed, but we need to consider every possibility. Anyways, we should consider the other subjects first, so who would that leave? Darn it! There goes my theory. I recall during Beatrice Frega's trial, we heard William Frega's last will and testament. It mentioned House Frega's assets would be divided evenly between all his children. If McCoy were to be revealed as a Frega, his daughter would legally be obligated to share the estate with her. Could I seriously be a Frega? I don't want to suspect Leify or Miriam, but we need to consider every possibility. As we've seen, the Fregas are no strangers to making deals with demons, but it still doesn't quite fit. I doubt Leify or Miriam would do something like this. What are you basing that on? I tend to be a good judge of character, and they just don't seem like the type to do something like this. You're far too trusting. We hold no doubt that any of William's children would be capable of something like this. I suppose we'll have to see. Anyways, we consider the other suspects first. Who's that? We should consider the other suspects first. Who would they leave? The Eye Taker? What if the Eye Taker orchestrated this whole thing? The Eye Taker, that common criminal. What reason would he have to do this? I've heard firsthand he was planning to expand his influence throughout Wyvengard. Excuse me. He was actually plotting with Beatrice to use House Frega to do so. Since I ruined his original plan, setting up that massacre might have been his backup plan. Perhaps we're looking at this all wrong. What if Celeste was a part of the royal family and they were planning to use her to take the throne? If he wanted to do so, why would he put McCoy in danger by having my daughter attack her? Not only that, he had the perfect opportunity to murder His Majesty. Imagine if he had placed a more lethal contingent spell in that glyph of contingency. His Majesty might have very well died alongside Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce. Yeah, I suppose you're right. But we need to consider every possibility. But I can't think of anyone else. Yes, there's a flaw with each suspect. Your logic is clearly flawed. Well, you don't see him coming up with any ideas. There's something here I'm not seeing, but I know I'm close. There's a missing piece that ties this all together. Regardless, we still have no idea who this Empress of Discord is. I'm loath to allow such an individual to walk freely through Wyvengard. Your Grace, you've been alive since the creation of Wyvengard and magic. Do you know who this demon is? I can't say that I do. Demons tend to take on many titles over their lifetimes, but whoever this Empress is, they are brave to so blatantly encroach on my domain like this. I suppose we'll just have to cross that bridge when we get there. We've obtained a lot of information today, but we clearly have many questions that need to be answered. How should we proceed? What is it, Mr. Cuthbert? I can't help but feel there's something here I'm not seeing. I just can't put my finger on it. We have been working at this for quite a while. Perhaps we should suspend proceedings so we can look into these new leads. Or you have no objections? We'd give my men some time to look into what we've discovered today. Then it's settled. We'll be postponing proceedings for now, but you'll all be expected to return here by tomorrow morning. You're all free to return to your homes for the time being. But make no mistake, the Kingsguard will be keeping careful watch over all of you. Alright. So this constant nagging sensation in the back of your mind. Hey, Tyrion? It's as if you've forgotten something extremely important. Tyrion? What is it? What could be so important yet so difficult to remember? Tyrion! Sorry. I was just thinking about everything. You're looking really stressed out. Do you want to head back to your house to rest? No, we only have a day until the trial resumes. If we can't figure out what happened after tomorrow, the magical traces will dissipate. But you already know what happened. You just don't know who did it. Yeah, but we should speak with the suspects again. Maybe if I get lucky, I'll see something through the Eye of Horus. But one of the suspects is the Eye Taker. What are you going to do about him? Suppose I'll have to speak with him too. What? No! What if he tries to kill you again? Arya's life is on the line. It's just a risk I'll have to take. Tyrion, do you even understand what you've been pulled into? What? Someone just murdered a bunch of nobles. They even attacked members of the royal family. Now there are ancient dragons and demon lords involved too. Isn't this above your pay grade? Ouch. You know that's not what I meant. It's just, this whole thing is crazy, isn't it? It's fine. It's just like any of our other investigations. It's not, though. What if the Empress of Discord attacks you? What if the patron decides that you're getting too close to the truth? But what if I can't... Her voice begins to break. Celeste? Are you still worried about what happened during the massacre? I'm fine. I already told you didn't do anything wrong. You almost died, Tyrion. I know. Tyrion, you almost died. I know, Celeste. No, Tyrion, I don't think you do. Do you have any idea how worried I was when she broke past me? When I saw you all lying on the floor, so many things were going through my mind. I don't know what I would have done if you were... She can't even complete that sentence. Celeste, You're so focused on everything else you've been ignoring her. She was attacked by Arya and almost died. You ever thought about how traumatic that must have been for her? I'm sorry. I didn't think... Don't apologize. Just please... Please just leave this to Lucio and the Scaled Lord. You've done enough already. They can figure the rest of it out. And what if it's not enough? I'm not so arrogant that I think they can't do it without me, but what if they can't figure out who the patron is? Arya will spend the rest of her life in prison. What if I could have done something to prevent that? I don't care if that happens. Celeste! I don't care, Tyrion! I'll apologize to her all you want after this, but all I want is to keep you safe. And I don't know if I'm able to do that anymore. Even she seems surprised by what she said. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to... I'm really happy you're a part of my life. What? I know what you're saying is coming from a place of care, and I'm really sorry about how much I've been worrying you lately, but you're not going to stop, are you? It's like I've always said. Man, king or god, nothing will stop you from getting justice for your clients. I'm going to talk to Lucio. What? If we're going to meet the Eye Taker again, we're bringing some knights with us. Celeste, that's hardly... Nope, you don't get a say in this. And if you're not here when I get back, I will find you. Judging from her expression, it's not an empty threat. Fine, just go. She might have a point, though. Before everything happened, you weren't even sure if you wanted to continue being an attorney. Maybe you should just consider a safer, quieter life after this is all done. Perhaps a life with her. Wait, what? Alright, Lucio's cleared it. It was surprisingly easy to convince him. Are you okay? Fine, let's not waste any more time. Before she has a chance to respond, you hastily walk past her. Hey, don't walk so far ahead! You need to stay focused on the trial, for Arya's sake. But when this is all over, you'll... Well, you suppose you don't have to think about that until then. Alright, we're gonna take a quick break, because I need to use the bathroom. So, cycle your fluids, get something to eat, take your meds, and we'll be right back. And welcome back, everybody. Hope everyone had a nice break. Alright, let's go talk to the Eye Taker, by which I mean probably find out that he's dead. Using the Kingsguard's teleportation network, you arrive back in Ratholm. Due to Celeste's insistence, you're being escorted by a division of the Kingsguard. They definitely make you look out of place. As you walk through the city, you draw strange looks from nearly everyone who sees you. Sir, where will we be heading first? It's a little strange giving orders tonight. It's definitely going to take some getting used to. What's wrong? There's definitely something I'm fundamentally missing, but what? Just don't push yourself too hard, okay? Yeah, I'll try to pace myself. Anyways, we should speak with each of the suspects and confirm their alibis. It might help me finally put things together. Each of the nobles has returned to their respective homes, but our teleportation network should help you travel around Wyvengard. Alright, to the cathedral. You arrive back at the Grand Cathedral. Probably won't need to investigate the crime scenes again, but you wander faster, Lucio might hear. Sir, I've spoken with the groundskeeper. His Majesty and the Grand General are currently visiting Lady Steelwind, but supposedly they'll be here later today to talk to the High Speaker. Alright, suppose we'll just have to come back later. You arrive at Frega Manor, hoping to speak with Leify and Miriam. After some asking around, one of the servants mentions they appear to be entertaining guests in the study. You normally wouldn't interrupt them, but you've already eaten up a lot of time traveling here. Whatever they're discussing can wait. Arf, arf, arf! So you enter the study, Tracker runs up to you and begins barking. Once he sees who you are, he calms down. Oh, hello, friends. Sorry for Borks. Tracker thought he smelled something bad. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. Scan the room and see Miriam is there, too. They appear to be speaking with Lord Asclepius. Sorry for barging in, Leify. No, it's no problem at all. Her emotions imply she already knows why you're here. I'll skip the pleasantries. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about what's happened? Of course. I'll do anything to help with Lady Steelwind's situation. I don't remember what this person's voice was. Should I leave? No, you were there with me when everything happened. And your testimony will substantiate my alibi. Leify, I'm sure you know why I'm here, but I just want to preface this by saying that I highly doubt you are behind this. No, I perfectly understand. Frankly, I'm also at a loss. I have no idea who did this. What are you talking about? It was clearly that criminal, the Eye Taker. Why don't you go interrogate him? Make no mistake, we fully intend to. But I'd like to cover everyone else before I confront him. Let him be, Miriam. But it's his fault that Beatrice is... Our sister knew what she was doing when she gave her testimony. Don't insult her bravery by blaming Mr. Cuthbert for what happened. What? Anyways, Mr. Cuthbert has shown many times he's acted in good faith. He's capable of convincing the criminals even we can't see. You mentioned Beatrice before. Did something happen? Happened right after she gave her testimony this morning. She fell unconscious shortly after she left the Skilled Lord's lair. Hasn't woken up since then, and Maranoth has gone missing. What? It must have been the Empress of Discord. After you manifested Lady Steelwind's blood contract, we all realized why she was acting so strangely. Right, if it weren't for her, I would have never considered trying to issue a divine edict. She sacrificed herself to save Lady Steelwind. It seems our esteemed sister put her trust in you, commoner. So we'll do the same. If there's anything we can do to help you, please ask. I appreciate your trust, all of you. But I have to ask, where were all of you between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. that day? Luckily, we are all together. Me, Leify, Miriam, Beatrice, and our friend were all in the garden before 2 p.m. But around 2 p.m., my sister and Miss Ilmater both went missing. I can't believe we trusted her to take care of our sister. Hush now, Miriam. The Empress of Discord took control of her. There is hardly anything Miss Ilmater could do to stop it. I really do hope she's okay. She's been missing since the massacre. You mentioned that you all went to search for her. Did you see anything? No, we were originally planning to search the cathedral grounds, but when we arrived at the nave, we found Aster trapped in a force cage. Did any of you lose track of each other during that time? No, we stayed together for the entire time. But we did consider splitting up to cover more ground. But the Kingsguard found us and asked us to stay where we were. Right, I suppose that makes sense. And did you see Eris at all when this happened? No, we never saw her. She went missing at the same time that Beatrice did. That's really suspicious. You don't think... It's definitely possible she was involved in this somehow. Not to mention the Eye Taker is one of our suspects, and she's his daughter. She's his what? You didn't know? I thought Beatrice would have told you. No, she didn't mention that at all. Looks like Eris has a lot to answer for, if you can even find her, that is. Suppose I'll stop beating around the bush. Have any of you made a blood contract with a demon lately? How dare you! No, I understand where he's coming from. I want to understand, but the very idea is infuriating. If everyone present, our sister was the only person with known ties to a demon. If she were to share that secret with anyone, it would have been us. You didn't catch any incriminating thoughts from through the eye, but you've been misled right before. Nevertheless, we still have no idea who the patron is. I was actually meaning to ask you during the trial. Can't you just use this divine edict of yours to figure out who the patron is? No. To manifest a blood contract, I need the title of the demon and the name of the human they made that contract with. I understand that, but why not just brute force it? What? Due to the king's funeral, the king's guard has a detailed list of everyone who was present during the massacre. Whoever this patron is, they were working together with the Empress of Discord. That must mean they made a blood contract with her, yes? That's right. I could just keep issuing divine edicts until a blood contract appears. Well, wait, is that safe? There's only one way to find out. Take out your notes and begin looking at your list of suspects. You might be at this for a while, so you might as well go in alphabetical order. You clear your throat in preparation. Empress of Discord, wherever you may hide, release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Aster to Wyvengard. Oh shit, Tyrion? What's wrong? You collapse to the ground as you suddenly find yourself overcome in immense pain. What? What's happening to him? Master, use your magic to heal him. Right. Oh, you silly, silly boy. You may be half human, but you can't just go around declaring lies like that. What? And I was really looking forward to bringing you to the end of this. I haven't even started to have my fun yet. Who are you? Actually, I suppose that contract is still in effect. Guess my hands are tied. I'll save you just this once. Tyrion, please wake up! Celeste, you're okay. You most certainly don't feel okay. You can feel every part of your body aching. It's painful for you to even sit up like this. Are you okay, friend? Yeah. What happened? You died. What? I've never brought anyone back from something like that. That was my strongest spell, too. You have no idea how lucky you are. If I wasn't here, who knows what might have happened. I don't understand. The last thing I remember was issuing my divine edict. Wait, was that the cause? But I've done it before without any problems. I just used it this morning. Why did the divine edict harm you? Tyrion does not have a blood contract with the Empress. Well, the pain came... Oh, sorry, Tyrion. Yeah, Tyrion does not have a blood contract. It might be because Aster doesn't have a blood contract with the Empress. If demons are unable to lie, the same might hold true for angels as well. Divine edict must be some sort of... Really? The divine edict must be divine power? What an accusation, Tyrion. So asking for a blood contract that doesn't exist might be considered a lie. Sorry, it's my fault for suggesting it. No, I was being reckless. Please be more careful. I don't think my heart can take this. Well, at least we know Aster didn't do this. That was the most obvious one! Either way, you should make a note of this. Anyways, it's clear I can't just brute force this. I'll just have to wait until I'm certain of the patron's identity. Just please be careful. Anyways, looks like you found everything you can here. Perhaps you should move somewhere else. Back to the cathedral, I suppose. You arrived back at the Grand Cathedral. Hopefully Aster and Lucy are back by now. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert! As you enter, you're approached by Aster, Eric, and Lucio. How's your investigation? Are you okay? You look quite pale. Yeah, there was a bit of an accident earlier. You're a little too embarrassed to admit that you almost ended up dying. Try to exude more caution next time. It'd be dishonorable if you didn't fall by my hand. Why is everything you say so aggressive? Anyways, you finally have your next suspect here. But judging from the evidence you've gathered, it's very unlikely that Aster's the patron. You do wonder if he saw something, though. Why are you looking at me like that, Cuthbert? Oh, sorry. After he attacked you in Fragment Manor, you've always been a little wary of him. If it weren't for Celeste's reflexes, he might have very well killed you that day. I'm not going to attack you again. Angry Celeste. I hope you can understand my uneasiness. You did almost kill me the first time we met. What? It's not... It's because you're a Heavensborn. What? What does me being a Heavensborn have to do with this? Difficult to explain to someone like you, but warriors such as I must hone and develop our senses to survive in battle. Eventually, we develop the ability to sense hidden enemies and anticipate danger. I'd heard that such senses are heightened when the presence of an extraplanar entities. Till I met you at Beatrice's Frega Familiar, I thought these stories were complete nonsense. Me and Maranath? As a Heavensborn, your blood is said to originate from the heavens. I wouldn't go so far as to say I believe in the existence of other planes, but I admit that I still feel a certain aura from you that doesn't quite feel human. So that's why you attacked me? I was exuding a threatening aura? It's actually the opposite. Your aura was too common and benign. Thought it must be some kind of trick or illusion. I see. That's quite an astounding ability. What about you, McCoy? What? Did you not sense a similar aura when you first met him? Is that true? Ah, well... Wow, there's a really big carriage outside. I wonder who it belongs to. Oh, there's someone inside the inn, too. Is that guy visiting my dad? Now that I get a good look at him, he's kind of cute. Yeah, it was kind of similar. For some reason, you feel a little embarrassed. Tyrion almost dies. Yes, whatever. Let's go! Aster, I'm sure you know why I'm here. It's because I'm one of your suspects, isn't it? Your Majesty, you are the reigning king of Wavengard. I expect you to conduct yourself with more dignity. Of course, my apologies, Lord Steelman. Questioning you is honestly a formality at this point. Really? A lot of the evidence works in your favor. He doesn't have a blood contract with the Empress, after all. Well, I appreciate your vote of confidence, nonetheless. Lucio, have you made any headway in figuring out who set that trap for Aster? No, we haven't. Just opened up one of my textbooks that has a CD in it. I remember old textbooks with CDs in them. It makes me uneasy that you let someone get that close to my father's body. Yes, we can't begin to apologize for our man's incompetence. If they are more vigilant, perhaps we could have avoided this whole tragedy entirely. So your men were guarding the late king's coffin. Yes, wasn't a single moment when his body was left unguarded. Oh, excuse me. I found traces of illusion magic at the location of the force cage, although we're still not sure about who could have set that trap. There are also members of the King's Guard that can cast both Force Cage and Glyph of Contingency, and many of them fell comatose during the massacre, so we don't even know if one of them betrayed us. Do you think my men are that weak, Your Majesty? I think anyone can be made weak when put through enough stress. Regardless, we have no way of telling who may have been guarded in the coffin when the trap was set. Aster is the king of Funtown. This means we have no way of telling when the Glyph of Contingency was set. I was actually mean to ask about that. And couldn't we wait for the 48 hours to elapse? If we make a note of the exact time the traces of evocation disappear, we can work backwards to ascertain the exact time the trap was set. Well, normally we could. When the spell activated, I unfortunately panicked and cast a firebolt to try and destroy it. Of course, it didn't even put a dent in the force cage. Because that, he left traces of evocation at the exact location of the Glyph of Contingency. Can't discern which traces were left by the patron's Glyph of Contingency or His Majesty's firebolt. I'm terribly sorry about that. Unfortunate. Can't blame him for reacting like that, but it's going to make figuring out who did this that much more difficult. I heard you two visited Arya earlier today. How's she doing? I think she's doing the best she can, all things considered. Well, thanks to you. What? She's only in this situation because of you. Lucio, that's not me. You're the one who's heartlessly prosecuting her. She's far too weak for this. If that's what you truly think of her, you're grossly misunderstanding the kind of person that she is. She defied the rule you tried to force on her, and she instead dedicated herself to fixing our broken kingdom. Ever since this started, all you've done is insult her, but you know nothing about her, and she's far stronger than you realize. Despite her lineage, she's always carved her own path and pursued her own justice. Her own path. She only became a prosecutor because of His Majesty. What are you talking about? She became a prosecutor to fix our corrupt justice system from the inside. Who do you think put those ideas into her mind? She wanted to fix our justice system. She could have easily done so by slowly weakening House Sybil's influence. But she knew about your strange idealization of Ruby Tamora, and she knew how closely you followed in each and every one of her cases. I knew why she became a prosecutor. She thought that she became like your idol and defeated her, you might finally notice her. You're wrong, Lucia. Arya Steelwind would never care about me that much. Are you seriously that dense? When you were still engaged Lady Frege, you flaunted your relationship in front of my daughter with no regard to her feelings. I remember each and every time I heard her silently crying in her quarters because of how oblivious you are. She's changed every part of herself in order to please you. Is he getting angry on her behalf? I had no idea. My daughter is far stronger than any of us, but she's weak when it comes to you. Lucio, there's no point in fighting amongst ourselves. Please stay focused on the investigation. It seems he cares for Arya a lot more than you realized, and the eye shows his feelings are genuine. But then why is he doing everything he can to convict her? The mood's a little tense. I must ask you, Cuthbert, why are you going to such lengths for my daughter? What do you mean? Surely you understand the gravity of the situation. By taking part in this trial, you risk drawing the ire of both the nobility and whoever this Empress of Discord is. What are you planning? Lucio, I'm not planning anything. Please, do you honestly expect me to believe you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart? Well, Scaled Lord, you actually are doing it for that reason. This is what all Heaven's Born are like. I don't like thinking about it that way. I just can't stand by while I see injustice taking place. Even if you're standing in my way, I'll do whatever it takes to save Arya. Oh, we wouldn't throw around such promises so loosely. I'm not. I will save her, Lucio. Anyways, it appears you still have no idea who set that trap for Aster. Judging from the spell compendiums you have, neither Arya nor Beatrice could have set the trap. But the patron could also be a mage. That means they could have set that trap too. Either way, it looks like you won't be getting any new information here. And you highly doubt the person who orchestrated this is any of the people you've met thus far. There's one last person you need to talk to. Time to find out that he's dead. You make your way back to the alleyway that Tamora brought you to a month ago. It would be too conspicuous to bring the King's Guard with you. That's why we brought them here. Oh, so they've hidden themselves in a building nearby. They gave Celeste an enchanted runestone to hold. If she ever stops channeling her magic into it, the King's Guard will be notified and they'll storm the building. Are you ready? Yeah, let's do this. The Eye Taker is your prime suspect. Everyone else has an alibi and lacks motive. Not to mention, Eris was with Beatrice when she went missing. You don't want to suspect her, but her father is a criminal. And she still hasn't turned up. Alright, on 3. 1, 2, 3. What? There's no one here. Damn it. Of course he's not here. You betrayed him and you knew where his hideout was. You take a close look at the desk he was sitting at during your previous visit. There's a thick layer of dust on it. Doesn't look like anyone's been here for a while. Must have moved his operation elsewhere the day you convicted Beatrice. I guess there's no point in staying hidden anymore. Sees Celeste toss the King's Guard runestone onto the ground. A few seconds later, you hear the footfalls of soldiers rushing towards your location. Freeze in the name of Wyvern! You see him freeze as he scans the room and sees no one else there. Be careful, sir. They appear to have turned themselves invisible. They're not here, you idiot. Oh. You let out a frustrated sigh as you take a seat on a chair nearby. A cloud of dust is launched into the air as you do so. You had the last piece we needed. None of the other suspects had the means nor the motive to do that. He's probably long gone by now. It's over. I'm sorry. But you did everything you could, didn't you? But it wasn't good enough. Part of you knew that it was a long shot. If you were involved in this, he'd definitely keep his head down. What do we do now? There has to be someone who knows where he is. Wait a minute. Actually, there is one person who might know where he is. What do you... Wait, you don't mean... At this point, it's the only option we have. Are you sure? You two aren't exactly... I know, but I can't let my personal feelings get in the way of saving Arya. Oh, it's Ruby. Fuck. At least that's what you keep telling yourself. You'll have to process these feelings later. You have a job to do. Because that's what we do with feelings. We push them way down the line and deal with them later. Now, let's detect magic here. Nothing. Several fantasy novels. I take it must be a fan of the genre. Bookshelf filled with several fantasy fiction novels. Lots of books from a series I've read. Looks like this fireplace hasn't been lit in a while, but I can still see the burnt remains of some documents. Yep, let's all say it together, chat. It is what it is. It's the table the Eye Taker sat at the last time you were here. There's a layer of thick dust on it now. You can see the back alley entrance from this window. The Eye Taker must have used this to get a good look at visitors. Alright, time to go to Tamora Law Offices. You arrive at the office of Tamora's law firm. According to Arya, Tamora is still practicing, so it looks like she hasn't gone into hiding like the Eye Taker apparently did. If anyone knows where he currently is, she will. You bring your hand up to knock on the door, but you stop for a moment. Sir? After everything that's happened, you still don't feel ready to face her. For the past month, all those things you said to her keep replaying in your mind. Feel the familiar warmth of Celeste's hand again. Take a deep breath and seal your resolve. You knock on the door. Every moment of silence thereafter fills you with anxiety and dread. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but I'm not currently accepting clients at... Cuthbert? She looks completely frozen for a while, but her gaze narrows as she notices the capital city of Wyvengard. I think I'll be fine. No, but... Sorry, you're right. I'll just... With the motion of her hands, the knights follow her out of the office. Right before she leaves, she waits at the door and looks at you for a while. But after a while, she realizes how long she's been staring and quickly closes the door. She's too cute! Now then, let's get this over with. Wait a second. Celeste isn't here. How did we detect magic? Let's see for the clients. It's extremely comfortable, but she never let you sit in them when you were a child. I always wondered how you could afford these things. I guess I finally know now. It's starting to get dark outside. We don't have much time left. It's a painting of a noblewoman? Not quite. That's Eliza Tantivy. She was a common folk professor at the Imperial Academy, and this portrait was commissioned by one of her noble patrons. It really just shows off their wealth, though. It doesn't celebrate anything noteworthy. Why do you have this, then? I like her. She's a good reminder that common folk are just as competent as the nobility. It's a painting of some sort of pirate. He was a private that's famous for ruthlessly destroying the ships of anyone who stood in his way. During the Great Luminite War, the Wyvern-god Crown hired him as a privateer to protect Oronox from the Theocracy's navy. He sailed near my hometown. During the Great War, Oronox was a vital foothold for Wyvern-god's navy. Unfortunately, he was captured by the Theocracy and executed for his crimes, but I hear he gave them the runaround for 8 years before he was captured. It's a bookshelf. Several books about law and national history. I read a lot of these books front to back while studying to be an attorney. Small talk! Is Celeste okay? She seems a bit on edge right now. Yeah, I think she's just been overprotective lately. Don't really blame her. I did almost die a few times in the last few days. What? It's a long story, and I don't think I'm even allowed to talk about it, especially not with you. Last part came out with a little more disdain than you intended. Sorry. Can I do another take on that? Especially not with you. Take a deep breath. I received your letters. Oh, did you... I haven't gotten the chance to read them yet. Of course, whenever you're not busy. This is really awkward, but you're going to have this conversation sooner or later. Perhaps it would be best to just be direct. Miss Tamora, I trusted you. I know. I trusted you. I told you everything about myself. I put all of my hopes into you, and you lied to me. You told a criminal about the Eye of Horus. It took me years before I was comfortable enough to tell you about it, and you knew that. Why did you even adopt me? You could have just left me in Oronox and moved on with your life. Why would you pull me into this? Sounds like she's trying to look for an answer, but nothing comes to her. I started thinking about what my life could have been like. I could have done so many things. Might have been able to move on from losing my mother. But you adopted me. You made my entire life focused around that one moment. I had a son once. Before you, I mean. What? I wasn't always a city person. I used to live in an old farm town, just like McCoy's. My son and I used to run an old tea shop, just the two of us. Wait, you ran a tea shop? I know, it's ridiculous now that I think about it, but I was really happy back then. What happened? One night, a local nobleman had too much to drink at a local tavern. He barged into our shop and started destroying it with his magic. My son tried to stop him, but the Inquisition swept that entire case under the rug, obviously. They said the nobleman felt threatened and acted in self-defense. She never told you about this before, so I have an itch in my nose. What was his name? It was Ryan. Oh. What did you do after Ryan died? Thought long and hard about what I wanted to do. I was hurt and blinded by rage, so I decided I would take justice into my own hands. Wait, you didn't? No. At the time, I thought that killing him would be too easy. I broke into his manor and found every incriminating document I could find. Found everything from records of illegitimate children to plots he was making against other noble houses. I released everything to the public. It absolutely ruined him. That's when I realized there was a way to make them pay. You didn't have to harm or kill anyone. You could just beat them at their own game. You could use the rules and laws they made against them. Just like an attorney. Yeah, just like an attorney. When I realized that, I moved to the city and started studying law. I read every book there was to read about Wyvern-Guard's laws, and I learned how to work the system. I started representing clients who were clearly being framed by the nobility, but I really didn't care about saving them. I just wanted to see the look on each noble's face when I implicated them with irrefutable evidence. But it got more difficult. As I started punching higher, the nobles got smarter and more influential. I continued to equip my clients, but the trials got closer and closer each time. But I was arrogant, and I felt invincible. I thought that no matter what happened, justice would prevail. And then your mother's case happened. I've never met someone that remarkable before. She had this way of making you feel happy, no matter what kind of mood you were in. Oh, because she's a Heavensborn. Yeah, I remember. But I failed her, and I failed you. Miss Tamora, I never once blamed you for what happened. I know, but that doesn't change the fact that I couldn't acquit her. She was executed because I didn't do enough. When you asked me to train you to be an attorney, I was blinded by my desperation. I felt so alone and hopeless. I wanted someone, anyone, to carry this burden with me. So how pathetic must I have been, that I'd look for that in a grieving 10-year-old child? When I looked at you, all I wanted to see was myself. I saw a hurt and broken person who wanted revenge on the nobility, but I was too self-centered to realize that you were nothing like me. You care about people, and you cared more about saving your clients than harming the nobility. I think I knew that all along, but I just refused to see it. Maybe you were right about me. What? Maybe I was just using you to make myself feel better. I took you from your home and forced you to dedicate your life to my dream. Maybe I never really cared. If I did care about you, I would never have pulled you into a life like this. I'm sorry, and I can't begin to apologize for doing that to you. The eye shows your feelings are genuine. But does that even matter at this point? I've been thinking long and hard about this. I want to forgive you, Miss Tamara, but I don't know if I can. I don't blame you, but I want to try. She looks away from you a moment and wipes away a single tear. Miss Tamara, no, don't call me that. What? If you can truly find it in your heart to forgive me, I want things to be different this time. I'm not your superior, nor your mentor anymore. We're equals now. So call me by my first name. Oh, okay, Ruby. Saying it feels really strange after all these years, but I hope you can get used to it. Right, I almost forgot the entire reason why I came here. What is it? I didn't just come here to reconcile. I actually need your help with something. Okay? I need you to help me speak with the Eye Taker. Tyrion, I know, considering the circumstances, it would probably strain your partnership with him even more. Tyrion, but if you just tell me where he is, I'll do my best to make sure it doesn't get traced back to you. Tyrion, the Eye Taker's dead. What? He died right after you convicted Beatrice. He was lynched by a mob of civilians. What? Everyone's saying it was just some sort of retaliation from House Frege. Didn't you notice that he didn't send anyone after you? But Eris said... Wait a minute. By the way, is your father still... Oh, if you're worried about him, we've already had a conversation about you. I don't think he'll be accosting you any time soon. Oh, thank you. And why would Eris say that, then? Who's Eris? What? You've met her before. She has long black hair, wears a black dress. I guess she really likes black. But anyway, she's the Eye Taker's daughter. Tyrion, the Eye Taker's daughter has red hair. What? She was there when we spoke to him during Beatrice's trial. That's right. What are you talking about? She was never at that meeting. What? What's going on? She was clearly there. If it weren't for an intervention, the Eye Taker would have attacked at that very moment. Why are you remembering things differently? I'm sorry, Lucio, but whoever this patron is, they have full ownership of her mind. They could have easily commanded her to forget signing the contract in the first place. That's probably why she can't remember what happened during the massacre. No. Tyrion, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Part of you really hopes you're wrong about this. Why are Ruby's memories different from yours? Ruby signed a blood contract. It's the only explanation you can think of, but why? Her memories seem intact, except for her memories of Eris. Since her disappearance, you've highly suspected she was involved in this. Not only was she at the scene of the crime, she went missing at the same time Beatrice did. But you never thought to ask one question. Who is Eris Ilmater? Eris Ilmater is the Empress of Discord. A flood of memories come back to you. Warriors such as we must hone and develop our sense to survive in battle. Eventually we develop the ability to sense enemies and anticipate danger. We'd heard that such senses are heightened when the presence of extraplanar entities. I thought those stories were complete hogwash until I met you and Beatrice Friga's familiar. Tyrion, I fought literal monsters and barely escaped with my life, but when I'm near Eris, none of those creatures even come close. I get this feeling, it's like I'm in front of a predator that I could ever hope to beat. Every instinct I have tells me to run whenever she's close by. I'm terribly sorry, he's not usually like this. Oh, it's to be expected. I'm not sure why, but animals have always disliked me. There's still very little you know about demons, so what's to say that one can't take the appearance of a human? But it's still a long shot. But there is one way to find out for sure. Tyrion, talk to me. What's wrong? Ruby, I'm about to do something stupid. If I fall unconscious, I need you to call Celeste and tell her to contact Lord Asclepius the Archduke. But what? If you're wrong about this, there's no way either of them will get here in time. But it's already late and the trial resumes tomorrow. We can't waste any more time traveling to either of their locations. Eris Ilmater, wherever and whatever you are, by the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Ruby Tamora. So you finally figured it out, my dearest Tyrion. This entire time I've been chasing you. You have. It's been so entertaining watching you scramble around. You've been making contracts with people across Wyvernguard. You took control of Arya and Beatrice, but why? Why would you want to do any of this? Oh, I can't possibly reveal all of my secrets. This isn't the proper stage to have a final battle. But I suppose you've come this far. So how about I give you a little gift? Ruby's blood contract. Upon signing this contract, Ruby Tomorrow grants the Empress of Discord access to her memories. At any time, the Empress may view any and all of Tomorrow's memories. In addition to that, the Empress may instantaneously change and alter her memories whenever she wishes. Signed with Ruby Tomorrow's name. What was that? Ruby, Eris Ilmater is a demon. And she's not just any demon, she's the Empress of Discord. And you signed a blood contract with her. That's why you can't remember anything about her. What? Tyrion, I swear on my life I didn't know anything about this. I know, she probably tricked you into signing this. Just like she tricked Arya. Arya, what does the prosecutor have to do with this? Come on, you two. I know things are kind of tense, but there's no need to... What are you holding? Is that a blood contract? Celeste, Eris is the Empress of Discord. What? It was her this entire time. She tricked Arya into signing a blood contract with her. And she probably controlled her and Beatrice to orchestrate the entire massacre. What? Tyrion, this is crazy. I know I was scared of her that one time, but how could Eris be a demon? She looks nothing like Marinoth. I know how unbelievable it is, but I used my divine edict with her name. That wouldn't have worked unless she was a demon. Yeah, I guess I can't disagree with that. We'll need to contact the Grand General immediately. But if she's really a demon, is it even possible to arrest her? It's already been a day. For someone like her, that would be more than enough time to skip town. We need to speak with the Archduke about this. Thank you, Ruby. You've helped us more than you could ever know. Yeah, of course. Celeste, let's meet up with everyone. We'll need to discuss our next course of action. Right. You're about to leave Ruby's office when she stops you. Tyrion, have you been using the Eye of Horus lately? Yeah, I can't say much about what I'm doing right now, but I am in the middle of a case. It's just that... What's wrong? Never mind, I don't think it's my place to say anything. I think I'm just being my usual paranoid self. I'm not the one with the ability to read minds anyways, so if you're not seeing it, it's probably nothing. Okay? I know you can't tell me about what you're doing, and I have no idea what would probably involve the King's God, Steelwind, and the Empress of Discord, but just stay safe, okay? You're the only family I have left. I will, I promise. Thank you. You finally found the lead you've been looking for, but you're not sure where this will take you. Knowing what you know now, you're almost a little afraid of what might happen. Who is Eris? Why would she go through the trouble of orchestrating any of this? She not only impersonated the Eye Taker's daughter, she also pretended to be her friend. What's her goal in all of this? Hopefully, tomorrow will finally bring you the answers you're looking for. Wild. So has everyone except us not seen Eris as she actually looks this whole time? Is something wrong, Commander? Don't play dumb with me. You told me what you really are. What's your game, demon? Why'd you just deliver yourself to our doorstep? Or am I far too much work into the story to miss the final act? I can't wait to see how this ends. You killed 3 people and enslaved an innocent girl. Is this all some kind of game to you? That's exactly what this is to me. I'll admit, looking back, it does feel a bit derivative. But I think I've done enough to differentiate myself from those that came before. Just shame about the timing of it all, though. You're goddamn insane. That took you long enough to notice. I guess the Oafish Inquisition Commander does have some observational skills after all. Whatever, you just better not try anything. You know I can't lie, so I'll reassure you. I promise I won't harm anyone while I'm in this prison. We're finally approaching the climax, Tyrion. No more deductions, no more talking, no more god-awful teasing when we both know who was really behind this. It's just me and you. Ooh. It's all been leading up to this. Alright. Hello, your lordship. I think this is the first time we've met. You're a lot smaller than I expected. Who is this woman? Why have they brought a civilian before the scaled lord? People of the court, thank you for your patience. Until now, we've known this woman as Eris Ilmater. Ever since the massacre, we've been trying to determine who orchestrated this. We only knew that Arya Steelwind signed a blood contract with a demon called the Empress of Discord. We still knew very little about this demon. We had no idea who they were or what they even looked like, but we know the truth now. People of the Wyvernguard nobility, the woman on the witness stand isn't a civilian. She is the demon known as the Empress of Discord. Hubbub, hubbub. Oh, General Hubbub. General Hubbub. I have no idea how, but her form is that of a human. Using this disguise, she entered the Grand Cathedral posing as Beatrice Frega's guide. She then aided the patron by using Beatrice Frega to help Arya Steelwind massacre members of the nobility. Confetti blasters the wind. I'm wondering if she's going to start talking to you. Why are we continuing with this? She's already admitted to taking part in the massacre. Let's force her to tell us who the patron is and be done with this. Oh, how typical. The Grand General thinks he can solve all of his problems with violence. But let me ask you this. Why are you assuming that the patron is a human? What? In Arya's contract it says the patron is the individual who gives the contract to her. How do you know that I'm not that individual? I go by many names. The Empress of Discord is only one of them. What you're saying is true. That makes this a simpler matter. We simply need to execute you for your crimes against the kingdom. Haven't you forgotten what my underling said during Frega's trial? As a demon, I can never truly die. If you destroy my body, I'll simply reform in the abyssal hells. I wonder, what might happen to your daughter if you were to draw my ire? You're prosecuting her and playing the villain, but I know the truth. You secretly care about her, don't you? What nonsense are you spouting? When you thought she had mage bite, you had to prosecute her. You held on to the little hope you could convict her and convince her to take a plea deal. As the king's wife, her position might have been salvageable, and you did this all so she could be with her beloved Aster. What? Oi. But then it was revealed she signed a blood contract with me. That changed everything. Mage bite is one thing, but a demon owning her soul? She can't very well be a queen like this now, can she? You had to find out who the patron was before her trial ended, didn't you, Lucio? Otherwise your beloved daughter would never be free. And you did all of this because you feel bad for what you did to her. Everything I've done is for the good of House Steelwind. Oh, is that what you were doing? Because the way I see it, you abandoned her for her entire childhood. You felt so guilty about killing your mother that you couldn't bear to face her. Now, Eris, stop this. And you know what that did to her. You didn't just take away her mother, you took away her father too. You starved her of any affection. She couldn't help but latch on to the first person to show her any kind of superficial kindness. Eris. She didn't just fall in love with Aster. She became obsessed with him. She stopped being her own person. She clings to him like a parasite. She's changed everything about herself to suit his likes and desires. And you know deep down in your heart, you know that if he is ever taken away from her, she will fall apart. Since I pity you so much, I'll let you in on a little secret. Killing me won't save your daughter, and you don't have the means to confine me. And even if you know who I am, your daughter will never be safe from my influence. What? But I suppose there's one possible way to break my contract. What is it? My contract will bind Arya Steelwind to the patron as long as they both live. If you truly want to free my daughter from your control, all you have to do is kill her. Do the poor thing a favor and put her out of her misery. You little wretch, I'll hunt you until the end of... Enough! Lucio, we cannot antagonize her if we want to find out how this happened. Is she right? Is Arya's fate truly doomed? There has to be something you can do. I just don't understand, Eris. Why are you doing this? You're not a noble. You're probably not even a citizen of Wyvernguard. Why would you go through the trouble of doing any of this? Tyrion, why are you here? What? Why do you constantly risk your life for the sake of others? Why do you try and seek justice in a clearly unjust world? I don't know, honestly. I think you do know. The answer is simple. You do it because it satisfies you. You save people, you fight the system. You just love indulging in your own heroics, don't you? That's not... It feels good, doesn't it, Tyrion? Me just now realizing it's 10:30. You know you're the only righteous person in an unjust society. When you succeed, you're hailed as a hero. And if you fail, it's society's fault, not yours. No matter what happens, you can take solace in the knowledge that you're so much better than everyone else. That superiority you feel over them must be intoxicating. Your divine blood makes it so. You just can't resist giving into it. But just as your divine blood compels you to do good, my hellish blood compels me to do the opposite. I just can't help but take every opportunity to make you all suffer. My entire purpose is to see each and every one of their faces contorted in agony and despair. Humanity's a stain on this world. They're worthless parasites who steal, maim, and kill to get what they want. That's all they are, and I despise those who try to pretend they're anything different. You're wrong, Eris. Humanity is so much more than you realize. And I truly pity you if that's all you see in us. Oh, so now it's us. That's actually just reminded me. There's something I hate even more than humanity. I despise the Celestials of the upper planes who go against the natural order. They condemn and admonish beings like me, all while you watching humanity suffer from their secluded little heaven. They realized humanity would never willingly choose good over evil, so they created the Heavensborn to tip the balance in their favor. It's so self-indulgent, it makes me want to puke. That's what the Heavensborn are? It is, and I've made quite a hobby of breaking them and sending them back to their creators. I throw them into the deepest pits of despair before extinguishing their lives. There's been no greater joy in my eternal life, and it took a lot of work to get you right where I need you, Tyrion. Wait, are you saying... You asked me why I did this, didn't you? My actions that day were all for you, my dearest Tyrion. All so I could see the despair on your face when you realized the truth. Tyrion... No. It's enough out of you, you witch. Lucio? Cuthbert, you promised me we'd save the life of my daughter together. I'm sorry, You said those words to me with such conviction, yet here you stand, quivering like a grunt in his first battle. Are a few meager doubts enough to force a retreat from you? That's all it takes to defeat the infamous Tyrion Cuthbert. He's probably desperate at this point. If Eris is the patron, there's very little hope for Arya. Unlike Beatrice's, her blood contract was short and concise. There was very little room for interpretation, so you probably can't dispute it either. But what kind of attorney would you be? No. What kind of friend would you be if you didn't see this through? Rip to my boy's vocal cords, by the way. Hey, I'm doing alright. Eris's voice is not hard on my vocal cords. The little bit of growl that I add sometimes can be a bit much, but there's a reason I don't do that very often. Eris, we didn't call you here today to wax poetic with you. The people you've harmed have a right to know what you did that day. So either give us your testimony or get out. Even now, you're still undeterred. I really do love that about you, but I do wonder how long that will last. It's true. I was the one who masterminded this. I knew about the king's funeral at the Grand Cathedral, so I forced Beatrice Frege to allow me to accompany her. When I was there, I used my contracts with Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelman to compel them to act against their will. And through the actions of Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelman, I facilitated the deaths of Lloyd von Sanctus, Coralyn Sybil, and Carrick Pierce. The only motivation for my actions that day was to harm Tyrion Cuthbert's friends and make him suffer. And before you ask, aside from my thralls, I was acting alone that day. I didn't follow direct or indirect orders from anyone. Her testimony is pretty thorough. Of course, I am a demon after all. Since I'm unable to lie, I thought it would be best to be as detailed as possible. That way there's no room for doubt. Isn't that wonderful, Tyrion? She's definitely playing with you. She may not have technically lied, but she's definitely not acting in good faith. You should look at her testimony more closely. What a terrifying ability. Thank you for noticing. That wasn't a compliment. I find it all quite sickening how you demons prey on people. Prey? People know what they're signing up for when they sign a contract with a demon. You can hardly blame me for collecting what was freely offered. Please, we both know that Arya didn't knowingly or willingly sign that contract. Aren't you just assuming that? What? How do you know that she did knowingly sign a contract with me? My client would never willingly sign a contract with you, Eris. Really? What if I were to threaten her dearest fiancé? You may see Arya as a paragon of justice, but everyone has their breaking point. If that's true, tell us under what circumstances Arya signed the contract. You know, she's just trying to get inside your head. Arya would have never signed a contract like that even if it were to protect Aster. Why are you using their full names? You know I can't lie, so I thought I'd give you something. For example, I could have easily referred to another Steelwind or another Frege that I enthralled. That list is very long, you know. Ignore her, Lucio. She's trying to get under your skin. Anyways, aside from Pierce, von Sanctus, and Sybil, were key members of the Wyvern nobility. What reason could you possibly have to kill the three of them? I didn't. What? I didn't have a reason to kill them. I just happened to facilitate their deaths. No, but you specifically went after them. I did, but I didn't have any particular reason to do so. But that doesn't make any sense. I suppose it doesn't. Anyways, would you like for me to add that to my testimony? What? It would help you, wouldn't it? Yeah, I suppose so. She's got to be the most unpredictable witness you've cross-examined. As quickly and efficiently as possible. No, but it wasn't the most direct route. Eris, you said that you needed Arya to kill them as quickly and efficiently as possible. But that's not exactly what happened, did it? Yes, it appears I underestimated your little bodyguard. Things lasted a lot longer than I anticipated. It's not what I was referring to. Oh? You said that you needed Arya to kill them as efficiently as possible. But that doesn't really match what happened with Garrick Pierce, does it? Is that so? Look on her face. Why does she look so happy? Eris, unlike the murders of Von Sanctus and Sybil, Pierce was murdered with a blade frozen with magic. It's such an extremely convoluted way to kill someone. It would only make sense if you were trying to hide the evidence. But that clearly wasn't your intent. I agree, so why would I do that? For the love of God, woman, can you stop speaking in riddles? I have no love for any god aside from myself. She's behaving differently than she was during her testimony. She's being vague. She's still hiding something. Okay, stop getting baited by her words and take a moment to think about this logically. She's very good at misdirecting you and playing with everyone's emotions. So stick to the facts you know for certain. In her testimony, she said the following. I didn't really have a reason to kill them specifically. I just needed Arya to kill my victims as quickly and efficiently as possible, so them must not have been referring to Pierce. She could have been trying to mislead you. No, considering who she is, she's definitely trying to mislead you. To kill them specifically. She used the word specifically. Could that change the meaning of the entire phrase? She didn't have a reason to kill the 3 specific victims, but she might have had a reason to kill in general. Seems like a stretch. She did say that she did all this for you. Did she set all this up so you would have a mystery to solve? It's too difficult to read her demented mindset. Perhaps one of her other phrases. To kill my victims. Pierce wasn't a victim. She said her victims instead of the victims. It's a small distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And you recall Marnoth using a similar trick during Beatrice's trial, which can only mean the victims in this case aren't the same as her victims. Eris, which of the people in this case were your victims? Well, considering what happened, you could say that everyone at the cathedral that day was my victim. Yes, but who was killed directly by Beatrice Frege or Arya Steelwind? I knew it. You're hiding something, aren't you? If that's what you think, it's definitely possible. Again with the vague answers. Would she even agree to testify in the first place? There's nothing any of you can threaten her with, and nothing you can do to permanently harm her. She could have easily gone into hiding. She never had to come here, which means she wanted to come here, but why? Just tell me, Eris, who killed Lloyd Von Sanctus? Arya Steelwind. And who killed Corlin Sybil? Arya Steelwind. Fuck. She's gonna say Celeste McCoy. She's gonna say Celeste McCoy. And who killed Garrick Pierce? Why are you staying silent? Out with the demon. Who killed Garrick Pierce? If I refuse to answer. She's doing this on purpose. In her own obnoxious way, she's trying to guide you to the truth. But for what purpose? Who killed Garrick Pierce? She's refusing to answer the question. That must mean the answer is different from the previous answer. An unknown person killed Garrick Pierce. That must mean. Eris, you're not the patron described in Arya's contract, are you? Who knows? I never confirmed or denied that. Are you serious? I grow sick of your games, demon. You knew it. The murders were too politically motivated to have been completely random. You can unequivocally prove the patron's identity by issuing a divine edict. Because of the risk of getting it wrong, that just leaves you right where you started. We did have the same theory. Who is the patron, Eris? Who is responsible for all of this? You want me to find out the truth, so why are you staying silent? Because it would be so much better when you discover it yourself. It means you already have the evidence you need to. You felt it, haven't you? Ever since the investigation started, you felt a nagging feeling in the back of your mind, haven't you? What? How did you... It's right in front of you, Tyrion. You're just refusing to see it. You're refusing to see who I made a contract with that day. You made your contract with the patron on that day? Even with the eye of a god, you're still blinded by your human sentimentality, so think through it carefully. Who killed Garrick Pierce that day? Okay, think through this. Let everything else disappear from the world and let go of the effects. If Eris wasn't the patron, that means someone else controlling action. Fuck. No, I don't want this to be true! But they still coordinated with Eris who had control of Beatrice. In an extremely roundabout way, Eris admitted that Arya was used to kill Von Sanctus and Sybil. When the patron killed those two, they were able to effectively counter every magical defense they brought up. What do we already know about the patron through the first 2 murders? They know Sybil could still drown if she was frozen by a whole creature infected by stone skill. The patron is experienced in using lethal magic. They're very well versed in magic lethally. Whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of high-level magic. Not only that, they came up with creative ways to bypass the defenses put up by Von Sanctus and Sybil. Yes, they had the ability to react quickly and decisively. But things changed when they murdered Pierce. Eris implied that neither Arya nor Beatrice killed Pierce. So did the patron kill him personally. I knew that little dialogue was going to come back to bite us. Yeah, but why? They already had control of Arya. I would imagine the entire point of enthralling her would be to hide their own involvement. Did they become impatient because Celeste was holding ground around Arya? No, Beatrice was already able to slip past them. That's how she was able to knock you and Pierce out with a sleep spell at 2:30. I didn't Eris. The patron was coordinating with Eris. She could have easily had Beatrice kill Pierce. to kill Pierce personally. The murderer wanted to kill Pierce personally. They wanted to kill Pierce personally. Does that mean Pierce's murder was... No! No! It was more emotionally driven than the other two. Why explain why the method used to murder him was so contrived? Apparently it's right there, so what am I saying? Whoever did this, they murdered Von Sanctus and Sybil, and those two are house leaders of the Four Pillars. In a way, they both represented corrupt parts of our kingdom's government. Von Sanctus essentially got away with murdering Justin Way, and Sybil clearly had an apathetic approach to remedying the corruption within the justice system. But the biggest clue you have is the one that Eris indirectly gave you. My actions for that day were all for you, my dearest Tyrion. Also, I could see the despair on your face when you realized the truth. The truth. She wants you to discover it. First, she thought she was trying to make you feel guilty for what happened, but if that was true, she wouldn't still be here. There's something else she wants you to realize, because it will throw you into despair somehow. Let's review everything you've deduced about whoever she made a contract with. Through the way they controlled Arya, they were creative and skilled at using magic. They must have been constantly exposed to creative uses of magic. Not to mention, they were somehow personally handed a blood contract to Arya and had her sign it. Going by what you know, Arya was either threatened or tricked into signing that blood contract, so whoever did this must have had the strength to threaten her, or they were deeply trusted by her. In addition to that, they must have been close to the prayer room when the attack happened. And lastly, they must have had an emotional grudge against Garrick Pierce. Don't make me say it. Don't make me say it. What? No, that's not... It's the most logical conclusion with what you know thus far. Why does it keep making me say it? No, it can't be. Eris wanted to make you suffer, but you can't run away from this. You owe it to Arya. No. You owe it to everyone in Wyvengard to see this through. You need to follow through, no matter how painful it is. Stop making me say it! Stop. Stop it! It has to be someone else. She would never... Can you think of anyone else? Who else could Eris have chosen? Who else could she have chosen that would make you feel like this? Damn it. Damn it! Ugh! Her scream of anguish echoes throughout the ruins. Everyone's caught off guard and stares at you in confusion. What is it? Is everything okay, Mr. Cuthbert? Tyrion, are you... You can feel your eyes well up as you look at her. One look at your expression tells you everything she needs to know. There it is! You've realized it, haven't you? I've been waiting for this moment for so long! What are you talking about? I demand an explanation. Mr. Cuthbert, what have you discovered? Tell them, Tyrion. Tell them who did this. Issue your divine edict right now. You want to be wrong. You've never wanted anything more in your entire life. Nothing would make you happier than having this edict fail, even if it were to cost your life, but you know the truth. Eris Silmater, Empress of Discord. Tyrion Cuthbert, attorney of the arcane. By the eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract. Say her name so everyone can hear it. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Celeste McCoy. With the apparent death of Tyrion Cuthbert, the Empress of Discord shall revive him, contingent upon the eternal servitude of Celeste McCoy. Henceforth, Celeste McCoy's soul shall be eternally bound to the abyssal hells. As part of her service, Celeste McCoy shall engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind in the Empress's endeavors. Lastly, it stipulated that Celeste McCoy, of her own volition and agency, shall bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. After Tyrion Cuthbert's consciousness shall be restored. It was to save me. She made a blood contract to save me. I died? Tyrion, I'm sorry, What the hell is going on? Dean, what is the meaning of this? It's exactly what it looks like. The patron you've been looking for has been right in front of you the entire time. Miss McCoy, did you sign a blood contract with the Empress of Discord? I did. It was the only thing that would save Tyrion. What? I never fought Arya. I fought Beatrice and Eris. They broke past me and ran into the prayer room, but the person they killed wasn't Pierce. It was you. Tyrion, you! Do you realize now, Tyrion? Stop it! Celeste McCoy is the most important person in your life. She was the last person you had that hadn't betrayed you, and she signed away her soul to me, also that she could save you. Why the somber look, Lucio? Weren't you going to execute the patron the moment you knew who they were? McCoy, does this mean what I think it means? Yes. I'm the one who tricked Arya into signing that blood contract. What? How could you? I was so stupid. When I made that deal with her, I didn't expect her to... She used that contract to make you act against your will. So it wasn't just Miss Sealand and Miss Frege who were controlled that day. You realize it, don't you, Lucio? As long as the contract with the patron exists, your daughter will always be vulnerable to my influence. You can't kill me, so there's only one solution to free your daughter. We must execute Celeste McCoy. What? Understand one thing, Mr. Cuthbert. After what you've done for my daughter, I have nothing but the utmost respect for you. But I will do whatever is necessary to protect her. Lucio, we can't act rashly. I'll let you in on a little demonic secret. It doesn't matter if you confine her within a prison. The patron will be able to take control of Arya no matter where she is. But if you kill her, Arya will finally be free from my control. Do it. What? What are you saying? I should have done this from the beginning. When I realized what happened, I should have just come forward and admitted to what I did. But I kept holding on to the hope that it was all some kind of trick. I prayed and prayed for the patron to be someone else. Tyrion, I was hoping you would find someone that would prove all this wasn't my fault. You finally found the culprit you've been looking for, and it absolutely breaks your heart. That nagging feeling you've been experiencing. It's because you subconsciously refuse to believe that she would betray you like this. Actually, it still hasn't gone away. That uneasiness is still there. Are you still in denial? No, this is different. I suppose there's no reason to continue with this. What? I sympathize with your position, Cuthbert, but even McCoy recognizes what must be done. It's over. No, I will not allow this demon to control my daughter any longer. You can't just... Kingsguard, restrain him. Wait, Lucio. That's enough. What kind of court is this? To everyone's surprise, Arya leaped from the platforms above and landed right on the witness stand. She forcibly pushed Darius off the way, something that even catches her off guard. Arya... I'm so sorry, Celeste, you're innocent until you're proven guilty. I won't let anyone pass judgment on you until that is unequivocally proven. But Arya, I did this. Arya, what are you doing? How dare you, father? What? How could you possibly think that you have the right to decide who lives and dies? If you were actually a prosecutor, I'd follow you for your immediate disbarment. And you, Mr. Cuthbert, how can you just stand there? But me? You're Celeste's attorney. Isn't it your job to defend her until her last breath? I didn't see the truth because I didn't want to believe it. I almost let it slip away because of my own personal feelings. I almost put you at risk. As much as it pains me to do so, I need to approach this objectively. Tyrion, to hell with that. What? Justice may be blind, but it's not heartless. I see it in her eyes whenever she's with you, Tyrion. You mean the world to her. She consigned her very soul to hell to protect you. Queens helping queens. If you abandon her when she needs you most, or you'll never forgive you. Tyrion, Celeste. Can you testify about what happened? What? But Arya's right. We need to do this properly. I agree, and I will not pass judgment until we've determined exactly what happened. It's obvious he wants to be done with this as soon as possible, but even if he controls the Kingsguard, the rest of the room is clearly against him. Fine, do as you wish. But the moment we're certain of the truth, I will do what's necessary. Very well. Miss McCoy, please take the stand. Celeste. Tyrion, can you testify about what you did that day? Yeah. Fuck, I hate this. Something happened. The truth is that Darius rewrote your memories, Tyrion. You were actually knocked out at 1:45 p.m. We went to the prayer room a lot earlier for our meeting, and that commotion was actually Beatrice and Aerys attacking the guards at 1:40 p.m. They tricked me and slipped into the prayers, and Beatrice, she killed you. I didn't know what to do. That's when Aerys told me she would resurrect you in exchange for killing Pierce. I know I shouldn't have done it, but I just wanted you back. I didn't care about what happened to me. I didn't realize she'd used my eternal servitude to take control of my body. She used me to trick Arya into signing another blood contract. Game, you have one chance to make me love you again. Don't mess this up. Okay, wait. Wait. When I died because of messing up the divine edict, whoever we spoke to in the world between worlds said that contract is still in effect. That means that... With the apparent death of Tyrion Cuthbert, the Empress of Discord shall the apparent death! Demons can't lie. Apparent death means that I was not actually dead. The Empress of Discord shall revive him, contingent upon the eternal servitude of Celeste McCoy. Which means, Celeste McCoy is not bound to eternal servitude until Tyrion Cuthbert has died. The fact that I died then, and I was told, I guess that contract is still in effect, means that Celeste was not in eternal servitude at that time. Therefore, Celeste didn't do this. Celeste isn't the patron. Now, we just have to get there. We just have to get there in-game. After that, I followed through with my end of the deal. I killed Pierce so that she would bring Tyrion back. That nagging feeling's still there. There's something off about her testimony. On with it, then. Begin your cross-examination, Cuthbert. Gladly. Commotion we heard was actually Beatrice attacking the guards at 1:45. You were knocked out at 1:45. Commotion was at 1:40. Tricked me and slipped into the prayer room, and Beatrice, she killed you. Didn't know what to do. In exchange for killing Pierce. It is stipulated that Celeste McCoy, of her own volition agent, she shall bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. Okay. I know I shouldn't have done it, but I just wanted you back, I think. Right, that part was written in a slightly misleading way. She must have thought the Empress would whisk her away and start to serve in her hell. It said she took control of her immediately after. Should have known better than to trust a demon. Anyways, how did you trick Arya into signing that conflict? Yeah, I didn't have full control of my actions, but I remember what happened. She probably wanted me to watch what she was using me to... Okay, never mind. Never mind. She remembers what she did. I'm so sorry. I told Arya that Pierce was demanding a plea deal in exchange for telling me who my parents were. Eris made Beatrice put an illusion over the contract to make it look like a request for an appeal, and since Pierce was convicted for killing my father, she respected my wishes. Wait, something about what she said sounded fundamentally wrong. That's not... How could you think I'd ever want that, Celeste? I knew you wouldn't want this, but it just wasn't fair. Why should a person like him get to live instead of you? It was an easy choice. That goes against everything I stand for. I know, and I don't care if you hate me after this. But even now, I would still make the same choice. I don't hate... Perhaps we should stay focused on what happened for now. She's clearly sincere. She wouldn't intentionally lie about something like this. Why do you feel like something she said doesn't match up with evidence you had? Nurse told me she would resurrect you in exchange for killing Pierce. I knew I shouldn't have done it, but I just wanted you back. She used me to trick Arya into signing another blood contract. She rewrote my memories? I didn't realize until after you woke up and gave your statement to the Inquisition. She must have changed your memories when she resurrected you. Eris has the power to take control of people against their will, and she clearly has the power to bring people back from the dead. But if that's true, you can't even trust your own memories. How did they trick you so easily? When I went to see what was going on, I only saw Eris and Beatrice standing over the guards' dead bodies. They acted like someone else had killed them. Then they lied to me and said that they wanted to go into the prayer room for protection. That's when Beatrice, How did Beatrice kill me? She hit you with some kind of necromancy spell, but it didn't visibly wound you. When I checked your body, it was already cold. Your heart was stopped. I think she used necrotic blight. So that's why Lord Asclepius said I had traces of necromancy on me. She must have lied about trying to heal you as well. What did you do after I died? Does Beatrice know necrotic blight? I think I have her spell compendium somewhere. She does know necrotic blight. Okay. The apparent death of Tyrion Cuthbert. The Empress of Discord shall revive him, contingent upon the eternal servitude of Celeste McCoy. Henceforth, Celeste McCoy's soul shall be eternally bound to the abyssal hells. As part of her servitude, Celeste McCoy shall engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind in the Empress's endeavors. And lastly, it is stipulated that Celeste McCoy, of her own volition and agency, shall bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. Afterwards, Tyrion Cuthbert's consciousness will be restored. No, that's not it. Your conflicting emotions must be throwing you off. How did you trick Arya into signing that contract? I didn't have control of my actions, but I remember what happened. She wanted me to watch what she was using me to do. I'm so sorry. I told Arya Pierce was demanding a plea deal in exchange for telling me who my parents were. Arya's made Beatrice put an illusion over the contract to make it look like a request for an appeal. And since Pierce was convicted for killing my father, she respected my wishes. Does Beatrice have any illusion spells? Familiar bond, sleep, mend wounds, send message, animate corpse, necrotic blight, invisibility, faint. Okay, no. Nope, that's not it. I'm missing something. She's clearly sincere. She wouldn't intentionally lie about something like this. Why do you feel like something she said doesn't match up with the evidence you had? Right, I suppose you didn't have control of Arya until then. Does that mean you never even fought her? I'm sorry for lying, but I had to create an alibi. Celeste, the Inquisition arrested her because of your testimony. The testimonies of Prince Alaric and the High Speaker also implicated her. Miss Sealand also already knew she was compromised due to finding the purple mark in her pocket. I'm sure things would have ended the same regardless of her testimony. What did Frigg and that demon do when you found them, McQuay? I'm sure that was her goal from the very beginning. She wanted you to make a deal with her so she could make me suffer. Tyrion, I'm so... Stop. Just don't. It's not... Okay, no, I already did that one. Okay. Very carefully. We go through this again. Just leading away. This one's thought the Empress was secured away. I didn't have full control of my actions, but I remember what happened. She wanted me to watch what she was using me to do. I told Arya that Pierce was demanding a plea deal in exchange for telling me who my parents were. Eris made Beatrice put an illusion over the contract to make it look like a request for an appeal. And since Pierce was convicted for killing my father, she respected my wishes. But something's wrong there. But what's wrong? Common room bug. Nope. You've got him on the ropes. Get him, Pucas. I'm working on it. I don't know. The timelines not match up? No. What am I missing? Can I ask an evidence question? Go for it, Obsidian. No. Does Celeste have the spell that killed him? Yeah. Yeah, it was a whole thing at the start of this. Because he was killed by Shape Liquid. And at the very start of this, Celeste spilled some tea and then used Shape Liquid to make it not spilled. And there was a whole thing where it's like, did you really learn that spell? And she's like, yeah, after everything, yeah, but it's too useful to not have. Yeah. What am I missing? Eris made Beatrice put an illusion over the contract to make it look like it was a request for an appeal. I told Arya that Pierce was demanding a plea deal in exchange for telling me who my parents are. And since Pierce was convicted for killing my father, she respected my wishes. Wait, yeah, but the note said... Okay. Oh, never mind. 145 is... nope, that's not it. It's not even true anymore. Why would the murder do this when they clearly have the spells? I don't know, maybe that has something to do with it. Nope. Doesn't Eris need to have a contract with you to edit your memories? We don't know that for sure. It's gotta be something here. I didn't realize she'd use my eternal servitude to take control of my body. She used me to trick Arya into signing another blood contract. Would Arya really be okay with giving a plea deal? I doubt it. Maybe I need her profile? I don't know. Yeah, it seems weird that Arya would be willing to do that. It seems... But when would she have met with her? Oh, and I guess Arya wouldn't remember it because of the whole blood contract thing. Nope. I'm missing something. I'm missing something big. What am I missing? Don't even have a profile. Okay. No. Remember what happened. She probably wanted me to watch what she was using me to do. I told Arya that Pierce was demanding a plea deal in exchange for telling me who my parents were. Eris made Beatrice put an illusion over the contract to make it look like a request for an appeal. And since Pierce was convicted for killing my father, she respected my wishes. Something about what she said seems fundamentally wrong. Okay, let's look through all the evidence we have. Letter from Garrick Pierce. That makes sense with it. suspicious sound, investigate the hallway. She didn't respond to Celeste's questions. It's really weird though, no one else had memories. Yeah. The two fought to a standstill and Arya pushed her. So this, yeah, this is just not true. That doesn't mean anything, that doesn't mean anything. Something goes wrong with Alaric. They did not see Celeste or Arya outside the prayer room at 3:10. Entered the prayer room at 2:30, but that is not the right time anymore. I don't think any of these spell compendiums are going to do anything. Room. At 1:40, she abruptly left the meeting, which implies that she already had the contract by then, maybe? Nope. Alright, I'm very close to just clicking on every single piece of evidence under present. Last thing, sorry, can you review Eris's testimony? We don't have testimony from Eris. Not in evidence, at least. On the eternal servitude of Celeste McCoy. Henceforth, Celeste McCoy's soul shall be eternally bound to the abyssal hells. As part of her service, Celeste McCoy shall engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind in the Empress's endeavors, and it shall be stipulated that Celeste McCoy, of her own volition and agency, shall bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. Afterward, Tyrion Cuthbert's consciousness will be restored. I feel so stupid right now. It's a good thing there's no penalty for being wrong a lot. I hate that this is how it's going in the last case. Not stupid, we don't get it either. I'm missing some. I have to be missing something, but I don't know what. I think I've already tried that. I'm gonna go ahead and say that it's because I'm warm in this suit, and that's messing with my thought process. And also I had less than half a glass of wine, so woohoo! I really don't think any of the spell compendiums are going to be it. Because here's my thought process. Eris wanted to break me. And what would break Tyrion more then finding out afterward that Celeste was not the patron and had died for nothing. Okay. Okay. I don't know if you can still hear the music. If you stopped being able to hear the music, that's because I turned my headphones all the way down so that I can think a bit more clearly. Okay. Let's take this from the beginning. This man wants to object so bad. The truth is, Eris rewrote your memories. You were knocked out at 1:45 p.m. She rewrote my memories? I didn't realize it until after you woke up and gave your statement to the Inquisition. She must have changed your memories when she resurrected you. We went to the prayer room a lot earlier for our meeting, and that commotion we heard was actually Beatrice and Eris attacking the guards at 1:40 p.m. I suppose you didn't have control of Arya until then. Does that mean you never even fought her? I'm sorry for lying, but I had to create an alibi. Okay, this doesn't seem important. Okay, so, timeline. 1:40, Beatrice and Eris attacked the guards. But 1:40 is also when she left her marriage meeting. Okay. They tricked me and slipped into the prayer room, and Beatrice killed you. What other spells does Beatrice have? Familial bond, sleep, mend wounds. She has feigned death. If we try to object to your memories being changed. So, you have to object with a certain piece of evidence. So you have to object with the right thing and the right piece of evidence. Could have been feigned death? Okay. Well. We figured out that much at least. Our death was feigned. Almost certainly. She would resurrect you in exchange for killing Pierce. I'm sure that was her goal from the beginning. She wanted you to make a deal with her so it could make me suffer. Don't be sorry. How could you possibly think that was okay? I knew it was wrong, but I just couldn't. I'm sorry, I didn't know what to do. There's no sense in watching her now, Mr. Cuthbert. There will be plenty of time for that later. She must have thought the Empress would whisk her away to serve in hell, but instead she took control of her immediately after. She should know better than to trust a demon. Anyways, how did you trick Arya into signing that blood contract? I didn't have control of my actions, but I remember what happened. She wanted me to watch what she was using me to do. I'm sorry. I told Arya that Pierce was demanding a plea deal in exchange for telling me who my parents were. Okay, let's take this one statement at a time. I told Arya that Pierce was demanding a plea deal in exchange for telling me who my parents were. This is believable. We have evidence that Pierce knew who her parents were. Eris made Beatrice put an illusion over the contract to make it look like a request for an appeal. I believe this is something that could be done with illusory disguise. Disguise moves with the target. I don't know. It seems like this spell can't work on objects. Familial bond, sleep, mend wounds, send message, animate corpse, necrotic blight, invisibility, feign death, illusory disguise. To make it look like a request for an appeal. And since Pierce was convicted for killing my father, she respected my wishes. Something about what she said sounds fundamentally wrong. But what? What about this feels fundamentally wrong? Doesn't work if you touch it as such as... Doesn't work if you touch it such as to sign it? I don't know. I feel like it has to be... She left her meeting with the Arceus and asked her to wife and guard. After she left the meeting, she began heading to the nave to meet with her father. However, she suddenly felt nauseous and went to the westward balcony, lost consciousness soon after. Do we not have testimony from Aster? At 2 p.m. Okay. So his testimony is only about that. That's the phone. Cannot make physical contact with it. Doesn't work if you touch it, such as to sign it. Well, so I think that actually works exactly the way they want it to, where by signing the illusion, since you can't interact with the illusion, she would have signed the plea, or signed the blood contract. I'm gonna cut this part out of the video. No, not actually. In the VOD, it's gonna look like I got this within a minute. Everything's gonna be fine. Your emotions must be throwing you off. Yep, I'd say they're throwing me off pretty hard. And there's still things about the case that haven't even brought up. Like the fact that the spell that Arya cast on Alaric, we've been able to figure out must have been polymorph. God, something feels fundamentally wrong with her statement. Fundamentally wrong with the statement of how she tricked Arya into signing the contract. What am I missing? I know I shouldn't have done it, but I just wanted you back. That's when Eris told me she would resurrect you in exchange for killing Pierce. You were actually knocked out at 1:45 p.m. We went to the prayer room a lot earlier for our meeting, and that commotion we heard was actually Beatrice and Eris attacking the guards, but the guards... Nope. The attorney... No, I don't think that's it. It allows you to take pictures of crime scene or write notes telepathically. It wouldn't be... It wouldn't record anything that it wasn't told to record, is my understanding of it. I mean... Yeah, no. The attorney's runestone is just kind of a thing that's been in our inventory this whole time. Tricked me and slipped into the prayer. How did they trick you? I only saw Eris and Beatrice standing over the guards' dead bodies. They acted like someone else had killed them. They lied to me and said they wanted to go into the prayer room for protection. That's when Beatrice, she with a necromancy spell but didn't wound you. Her heart was stopped. I think she used necrotic blight. But look at this spell that she had that can feign death. God! What am I missing? So Eris told me she would resurrect you in exchange for killing Pierce. But that's not all that's in your contract. I didn't realize that she used my eternal servitude to take control of my body. She used me to trick Arya into signing another blood contract. Okay. I'm going to admit that I did just look this up because I was so fucking lost. I can't believe I missed this. Okay. I'm gonna blame this on the game. Because the line about this, it's in quotes because that's exactly what it says in the contract. The line where when I press and it says something seems fundamentally wrong with this made me certain it was here. But her sister says that she was with them until 2. I don't feel good about looking that up, but, you know. Celeste, according to you, we heard a commotion at 1:40 p.m., and you went out to investigate. That's when you saw Eris and Beatrice. Yeah, I lied all about my fight against Arya. I never even fought her. That's true. How do you explain that discrepancy? You can't trust your own memories, but Leafy shouldn't have been affected. The thing is, Celeste, something about your timeline doesn't match the evidence. Really? But I was pretty sure of the time. You were supposed to be at the meeting at 1:45 p.m. Wait, what did you say? Our meeting with Pierce was scheduled for 1:45 p.m., right? What's wrong, Mr. Cuthbert? Celeste, there's something fundamentally off about your testimony. What? But I swear I'm not lying. Your timeline of what happened is completely off. A lot of your testimony doesn't match with what we've learned thus far. Firstly, it's about the exact... To be fair, I was sure it had something to do with the timeline. It was just figuring out which thing needed to be presented to what. Firstly, it's about the exact time you saw Eris and Beatrice. According to you, saw them at 1:40 p.m., but Leify, Miriam, and Asclepius didn't lose track of them until 2 p.m. What? When did they say that? What are you talking about? You were there with me when we spoke to them. I know, I was paying really close attention. I need to see how close you were to finding me out. So why can't I remember? She can't remember. Cuthbert, judging by what's happened to you, Eris and Mate are clear... That's not his voice. Judging by what happened to you, Eris and Mate clearly doesn't need the contract to affect people's memories. It's possible she changed the memories to Leify Frigga and her entourage. It's not just that, Lucio. There's something else that Celeste is clearly remembering differently that contracts a physical piece of evidence. There's a physical piece of evidence? No, Celeste said you arrived at the meeting much... Oh, okay. Okay, I tried that. I was on the right track, and I said this note said that it was at 2 o'clock, and that wasn't the answer at the time. Celeste, this letter from Garrick Pierce told us to meet in the prayer room at 2 p.m. What? Eris may have changed my memories, but changing a physical piece of evidence is a different thing entirely. But we don't know the full extent of our capabilities. Can we really rule that out? You're unconscious. Ilmater had plenty of time to access your body and your belongings. There we go. There's Irish. At this point, anything is possible, and Eris is far too unpredictable to say for sure. But if Lucio's right, Eris could have gone around doing whatever she wanted. She could have wiped the memories of every witness who saw the crimes, and she could have manipulated the crime scenes however she wished. But if she'd done so, there would have been logical inconsistencies. Until Celeste was revealed to the patron, every piece of evidence you found or deduced has been logically consistent. The contradictions in what Celeste is saying could be explained by Eris changing several elements of the crime. Well, there's a far simpler explanation. Eris Ilmater changed the memories of Celeste. Celeste, Eris currently has your eternal servitude. If she could manipulate my memories, what's to say that she's not manipulating your memories right now? I guess that's possible, but why would she even bother doing that? She wouldn't need to do that unless she had still had something to hide. Are you serious? What more is there left for her to hide? Whatever it is, it was important enough to make drastic changes to Celeste's memories. Wait, if that's true, that means Celeste's true memories will tell us exactly what we need to know. But even if you're right, I can't remember what really happened. She has full control of my mind. That doesn't matter. It's just like every cross-examination we've ever done. If you keep testifying, she'll keep changing your memories to tell more lies. If we keep pointing them out, we'll eventually arrive at the truth. Celeste? It's really obnoxious how resilient you are. What? Why can't you all just give up already? Eris, is that you? What are you... Fortunately, your little interrogation ends here. Kingsguard, what are you doing? Destroy Ilmater's body. Too late, Lucio. I win. Fuck, Celeste? Damn it. Eris, what the hell did you do to her? We put her to sleep, just as I did with Beatrice. You. Why would you do such a thing, Ilmater? What do you mean? I did it for the same reason I do anything. What would make Tyrion suffer more than putting his love in an eternal sleep? If you wanted that, you would have just done it from the beginning. You're hiding something, I know it. Can't extract any information from her like this. The only person who can tell us what we need to know is Celeste. Well, good luck getting anything out of her like this. Ever since you discovered the truth about what she did, one possibility's been floating around your mind. But is it even possible? No, it doesn't matter if it's possible. Eris Ilmater. What is it? What would happen if I nullified Celeste's blood contract? Assuming there's anything to dispute, everything granted by the contract would be reversed. And I don't think you fully understand what that means. Lucio, what is it? Your men know where Ruby Tamora's law office is, right? You do? Where are you going with this? You'll need an attorney to cross-examine Celeste's testimony. She owes me, and she'll be able to finish this on my behalf. Wait, and tell her I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise. You're not serious, are you? I'm one of the eldest evils that's ever lived. I would never create a faulty contract. Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord. Wait, you know I can't speak lies, correct? By the Eye of Horus, I demand the opportunity to dispute Celeste McCoy's blood contract. I'll state it plainly there. There will be no room for doubt. Celeste McCoy's contract was written without flaw. I don't care. What? Celeste sacrificed her life to save mine. How could I ever face her again if I don't do the same for her? You're insane! You're just risking death for nothing! Why are you so nervous? Maybe this is pointless, but I will never stop fighting for her. Stop this! Are we about to go to the fucking court of heaven? Oh god, it is 10:35. Oh, but I need to finish this tonight. Can't help myself. I'm only human after all. Once you pass this point, you will not be able to save your game for a while. It's recommended you make a save file now. Fuck, well when you put it like that, I feel like I shouldn't keep going tonight. But I need to, so I will. If I'm a little tired at work tomorrow, that's fine. I've killed people. They're usually criminals or bandits, but it still frightened me how unaffected I was by their deaths. It always came so easily to me, I was good at it. A little too good. People told me that taking the lives of others would be hard, but I never felt that uneasiness. Not even once. It made me think I was some kind of unfeeling monster. Maybe I am. But the time I spent with you, it filled me with more happiness than I could have ever dreamed of. Instead of taking lives, I could save them alongside you. It felt good to protect you. I felt needed when I knew you were relying on me. It made me feel like I was actually worth something to someone. Whenever I saw the light in your eyes, it filled my heart with a warm feeling that I've never felt before. It was too good to be true, wasn't it? In the end, I failed you. I couldn't protect you, just like I couldn't protect my father. I don't understand. What did you ever see in someone like me? I really don't understand. Why would you go this far for me? It's good to see you, too. What was that for? You know what it's for, you jerk. I literally had to sign my soul away to hell to keep you alive. And you just threw your life away? What else was I supposed to do? Should I have just let Lucio kill you? Yes, that's exactly what you should have done. It's a lot better than gambling away your life. I was never going to go along with that. Do you even know me? Oh my god, this is why I couldn't tell you the truth, because I knew you'd do something stupid like this. You know I always get to the truth in the end. All you did was make that process extremely frustrating. Could have gotten away with it. You can't even beat me at chess. How are you going to hide a murder from me? Oh, you... Tyrion, I killed Pierce. I know. At first I tried to justify it by saying he would die in 1 month anyways. Now it's his life when compared to yours, right? But when I looked at him just laying there unconscious, I got so angry. So I woke him up. What? I wanted him to experience a fraction of the pain that my dad felt. Someone like him didn't deserve a peaceful death. So I... Celeste... You hate me, don't you? This time I'm the disgusting murderer you've been looking for. So why couldn't you just let me die? Do you honestly think I care for you that little? What? You are, and always will be, extremely important to me. One betrayal won't change how I feel about you. Tyrion, so you're not getting rid of me that easily. I'll always be there when you need me. No matter where you go, we're going there together. Well, I think we might be heading to a pretty bad place. I'm not one to celebrate a victory prematurely, but if you're already admitting defeat, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. Eris, I can't believe you brought me here. I'll never hear the end of this from my father. Where are we? The courtroom of the gods, the place where truth and reality are determined. The court of Azathoth. I'll give you one last chance, Tyrion. You made a rash decision, but I can still send you back. Even now, she's still trying to dissuade you. Why is she so intent on making you give up? You're nervous, aren't you? Is that so? There's a reason why you didn't want me to bring you here, and I'm going to find out what. Your persistence was endearing at first, but now it's honestly really annoying. I suppose I'll have to do this the hard way then. Don't say I didn't warn you. Argument. You should have taken my offer when you had the chance. The only way to nullify my contract is to unequivocally prove that its conditions weren't fulfilled. So says the word of Asmodeus. Asmodeus, by his word, demons are incapable of speaking lies. You're out of your element, Tyrion. This is my domain. If disputing a blood contract was truly impossible, there would be no need for this court to exist. Demons are powerful, but they aren't omniscient. They can't possibly be aware of contradicting circumstances that may be created when they make a contract. You're hiding something. Something you desperately need to keep hidden. You even went as far as to knock out Celeste before we could get that information from her. Oh, really now? You tried to confound the investigation by manipulating Celeste's memories. But the contradiction in her testimony proves one thing. Stopping back in to say goodnight, thanks, String. Good night, Velvet. She didn't see you and Beatrice enter the prayer room until 2 p.m. at the earliest. Your so-called contradiction is based on the testimony of Lady Frege. How are you so sure her testimony is reliable? Supported by the testimonies of Miriam and Lord Asclepius. They were all together at the time. Their testimony is sound. Oh, really? Looks like you've made a contradiction. What? Lady Frege, Miriam Frege, and Lazarus Asclepius encountered an illusion. That illusion makes their testimonies unreliable. So says the word of Asmodeus. What? An illusion? What kind of illusion? Who knows? My statement still stands. You can't just expect us to accept your claims without any evidence. I can't speak lies, Tyrion. Every statement that comes out of my mouth has to be true. I don't need any proof. In this court, the only thing that matters is what's true and what is false. And the word of Asmodeus says that Leify's testimony is unreliable. Damn it, she can just say whatever she wants without having to provide any context. But she only said that Leify was tricked. She didn't specify an exact time. What else proves just Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m.? What proves that Beatrice didn't leave until 2 p.m.? Proof that Beatrice didn't... What else proves Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m.? Supported by the testimonies of Miriam. Leify's testimony is unreliable. So says the word of Asmodeus, that Leify's testimony is unreliable. But that could mean that someone else's testimony is true. Ah, Celeste, her memories have clearly been messed with. I don't know, Celeste. What proves Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m.? Your soul has been claimed by the Abyss. Refuse. Contradiction testimony responds that she didn't see you and Beatrice enter the prayer room until 2 at the earliest. So-called contradiction is based on the testimony of Lady Frege. How are you sure her testimony is reliable? Supported by the testimonies of Miriam and Lord Asclepius. They were all together at the time testimony is sound. Looks like you've made a contradiction. Lady Frege, Miriam Frege, and Lazarus Asclepius encountered an illusion, and that illusion makes their testimonies unreliable. So says the words of Asmodeus. What kind of an illusion? Who knows? I can't speak lies. The word of Asmodeus says that Leify's testimony is unreliable. But she only said that Leify was tricked. She didn't specify an exact time. Wait, what was that? Is there something else that proves Leify didn't begin her search until 2 p.m.? Ah, they were stopped by the King's Guard. Regardless of when it happened, Leify and her party went to search for Beatrice after you two went missing. Do you confirm or deny that? I won't deny it. Perfect. Whoever set that trap, they set it to trigger whenever Aster approached his father's body, and it didn't trigger until 2 p.m. Leify and her party were about to search for Beatrice when the Kingsguard informed them of what happened, and mind you, the Kingsguard did this immediately after the trap was sprung. Since Leify was about to begin her search when this happened, Beatrice couldn't have gone missing until that time. And once again, you're predicating that on Aster's testimony. Not just him, Eris. Several members of the Kingsguard witnessed this. True, and that is why I'll respond with this. Activated force cage did not trap Aster Guard during or after 1:50 p.m. So says the word of Asmodeus. But how? That testimony came from multiple people. Are you saying the trap was sprung earlier than that? Don't you remember, Tyrion? I can manipulate the memories of people who have a blood contract with me. But I'll give you a little clue. The Empress of Discord made contracts with multiple knights of the Kingsguard. But what? I tampered with their memories. You can't trust their accounts of what happened. How many people did you make contracts with? Little Lady Sealwind's been investigating my work for the past few months, but I've had my talents in Wyvern for far longer than that. I've been preparing for this for quite some time. But even the Kingsguard, no one is safe from temptation. Everyone has a price. Your little girlfriend should know that better than anyone. Still, there has to be something. I still have more evidence. Oh, really? Whose testimony will you be relying on this time? You can present all the evidence you want. Most of what you have is based on eyewitness accounts. Even so, you can't possibly have made a contract with everyone there. Let's check that again, shall we? It's possible that I have a blood contract with everyone present. So said the word. But you said it's only possible. You never said it actually happened. You're the one disputing my contract. The burden of proof is on you. It's completely ridiculous. How could I possibly verify something like that? It's simple. Issue a divine edict to each person who's at the cathedral. You know he can't do that. If he gets wrong even once, he'll die. Sounds more like your problem than mine. Damn it. Nothing to say, Tyrion? Isn't it possible you present some groundbreaking piece of evidence? You have to doubt every piece of testimony you gathered. Aster, I know he doesn't have a blood contract with you. I suppose you're right. So you're going to use his testimony? He couldn't observe much from within that force cage. Do you understand now? You were never meant to win this game, but I've got to give you points for entertaining me for this long. This is the most fun I've ever had, and I truly mean that. Tyrion, there has to be something you can use. But all the clues you've gathered could potentially be lies created by her. They're useless against her. Tyrion, you have to say something! You can feel your strength fading. Feels as if you're being pulled into an eternal sleep. This has always been a contest of willpower, and I think he's finally won out. No! You recall what happened during Beatrice's trial. Your mother gave you the knowledge you needed to win. She did it before. Can she save you again? Mom, please. I need your help. Please, just tell me what to do. You hear nothing back. No. It appears you're truly alone now. You knew this was a long shot, but you still held out hope. You just wanted to protect Celeste, and you really thought you could do this. But Eris is a being who wraps herself in layers upon layers of lies. She has the power to make you doubt everything. The witness testimonies, even your hard evidence, could be a fabrication. How could you possibly argue against someone like that? It's not fair. It's not fair, Miss Tamora. They're not even bothering to investigate the crime properly. Hell, of course they're not. If they did, they'd be forced to admit that my client is innocent. How are you so calm right now? Is this what it's always like? How are you supposed to win like this? They can just keep changing the narrative however they want. They can, and that's exactly how I'll beat them. What? Look, Cuthbert, almost every part of the system is against us, but there's one advantage we have over the prosecution, and that's pure and objective logic. Logic? Tyrion, the prosecutor does all sorts of things to validate their case. They present evidence, they call witnesses, and they use those things to create conclusions. They create a box and they throw a bunch of facts into it. They tell the court that everything within that box is the truth, and conversely that makes everything outside of it a lie. But how does that help us? You point out contradictions in their case. That makes them throw more and more facts into that box to keep their case consistent. But even if even one fact in the box is false, the entire thing falls apart. But surely they'll realize what you're doing. What if they play dumb and refuse to add anything to this box? Well, you can force them to. What? You can present your own truths, and you force the prosecution to either accept or deny them. By doing that, you can control what goes into the box. All sounds so complicated, I don't know if I'll ever get the hang of it. Don't worry, you've always been a shop kid. I know you'll do great things, so don't give up. I can present my own truths? Eris's case hinges on when Beatrice disappeared, and she changed Celeste's memories to make her think everything happened earlier, which can only mean Beatrice Frege did not go missing before 2 p.m. What was that? I said... Ooh, I got wings! Beatrice Frege did not go missing before 2 p.m. So says the word of Horus. What the hell? You feel yourself filled with the radiant power of the Eye of Horus. With its power fully unleashed, you feel the divine energy of the upper planes coursing through you. Tyrion, you have wings! Wait, really? You frantically turn around, only catching a glimpse of the spectral wings on your back. You spin around for a while until you realize your feet aren't even touching the ground anymore. You, what did you just do? I became a celestial, which means, no, I also can't tell lies. In any other situation, that would be a handicap. But here, that finally puts me on equal footing with you. Why might you just die already? You tried everything you could to break me. You drove a wedge between me and Ruby. You even manipulated Celeste into betraying me. But I'm still standing, Eris. Better than I ever did. Feeling like a true survivor. Looking like a little kid. No, I got that backwards. Looking like a true survivor. Feeling like a little kid. I think you might be a little out of your depth right now. I've lived 1,000,000 of your pathetic lifetimes. Do you think I'm out of my depth? I am the Empress of Discord, ruler of the 6th circle of hell. I am a god. She doesn't know, Tyrion. What the hell are you laughing about? Whoever you are, man, king, or god, I won't let anyone stop me from reaching the truth. Since you've so graciously barred your soul to me, I guess I should do the same. I wanted to break your spirit in this form, also I could keep things fair and interesting. But you know what? Right now, I just want to see you die. What happened? Celeste? I'm here. I can't wait to tear you both apart. Oh shit. What? What is that thing? Did you two honestly think my true form was that of a teenage girl? No, I am an ancient one. I am older than time itself. Feels liberating to break free from that weak, mortal shell. So, this is what you really look like. Well, it doesn't matter. Whatever you are, I'm taking Celeste's soul back. Kick her ass, Tyrion! I'm going to carve out your souls and mount them in the fields of Malbolge. Fate challenged! You need to be careful. You're bound by the same rules as her now. You can't tell lies in this form, even accidentally. Why don't we pick up where we left off? I've established that Beatrice didn't go missing until 2 p.m. I wonder, why would you go to so much trouble to make me doubt that? When she gave her testimony, Celeste said that Eris and Beatrice entered the prayer room at 1:40 p.m. But from the axiom you declared, you know Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m. Eris clearly changed Celeste's memories, but for what purpose? Eris needed Celeste to believe the events occurred earlier? I believe you needed Celeste to think that the events happened much earlier. Staying quiet? That won't work this time. So says Celeste McCoy remembered the attack occurring much earlier than it actually did. So says the word of Horus. Nothing to say? You can't stay quiet forever. I didn't need her to think that specifically. I simply wanted to confound your ability to deduce what actually happened. And is that not what happened? That may be, but I think you had a specific reason to move her timeline back. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. So says the word of Horus. Your poor voice. Yeah. It's fine, it's worth it. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. What is that event? Now, Eris wanted you to believe Celeste signed the contract through 140. She needs you to believe that to keep the narrative logically consistent. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. Eris wanted you to believe that Celeste signed the contract with her at 1:40 p.m. She needed you to believe that to keep the narrative logically consistent. What changes if it... What changes if Celeste didn't sign the contract at 1:40 p.m.? No. Eris, why did you believe that Celeste signed the contract at 1:40 p.m.? I wasn't dead yet. No, that's not it. Eris wanted you to believe that Celeste signed the contract at 1:40 p.m. She needed you to believe that to keep the narrative logically consistent. But if Celeste signed that contract after 1:40 p.m., that was at 2:15. No. What am I missing? I refuse. Fate challenged. Why don't we pick up where we left? Eris needed Celeste to believe the events occurred earlier. Nothing to say, you can't stay quiet forever. You need to think that somebody wanted to confound your ability to deduce what actually happened. Is that not what happened? That may be, but I think you had a specific reason to move her timeline back. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. What event? It was the death of Lloyd Von Sanctus. You needed Celeste to think that she signed the contract much earlier than 2 p.m. That's because Lloyd Von Sanctus' death occurred at 2:05 p.m., which would imply that you killed me, convinced Celeste to sign a contract, and made Celeste trick Arya into signing another contract, all in the span of 5 minutes. If that's true, could it be possible that Celeste isn't the patron? What? It's the only logical conclusion. The timeline is far too short. Even if you remember being tricked by her, we can't trust your memories. Isn't that right, Eris? Your desperation is almost pitiful. I should respond so there's no room for doubt. Celeste McCoy was the person who gave Arya Sealwind the blood contract. So says the word of Asmodeus. I knew it. Something wrong? I know the truth is hard to accept sometimes, but Celeste did betray Arya's trust. She always speaks in technicalities, so you can't take that claim at face value. But this could also be a trick. You could declare outright that Celeste is not the patron, but if you're wrong about that, you'll most definitely die. You need to be certain before you declare it. Okay, let's assume Celeste isn't the patron. Why would Celeste hand Arya a blood contract? You already concluded that the blood contract was disguised as a normal legal document. I saw something happening, but it's still muddled. What was it? Beatrice hid the contract using a spell. No. Something happened in front of the prayer room. It was brief. So there was a short exchange between Celeste and Arya. Oh, Arya dropped evidence in front of Celeste. Arya dropped... As she awkwardly skitters away, you see something fall out of her pocket. Oh wait, Arya, you dropped your runestone! As she picks up the runestone, she accidentally activates it. An image of a piece of evidence appears for a brief moment, but she quickly hides it. But not before Celeste sneaks a peek. Oh! Oh, I see. Celeste, don't just invade her privacy like that. Don't be like that, I'm really happy for you. She definitely handed that contract to her after it was signed. Ah, but that doesn't necessarily mean she's not the patron either. Something wrong? You look conflicted. No, from the very beginning, she's been trying to get into your head. She thrives on doubt and mistrust, but you've always known from the very beginning. Celeste would never betray Arya like that. Celeste McCoy is not the patron described in Arya Sealwind's blood contract. So says the word of Horus. Ah! Even now, you trust her that much! But wait, but that means... You didn't betray Arya, Celeste. She only manipulated your memories after the fact. She wanted you to make you think that you did. So it's not my fault? It isn't. But that has a far more unsettling implication. Someone else is the patron, but who? No, that's not important right now. You need to focus on saving Celeste for now. Celeste wasn't the one who secured Arya's compliance and cooperation. Doesn't that make your contract flawed? Please, I thought you were an attorney. The contract states that Celeste would engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind. No further actions were necessary. She was already under my influence by then. But that means none of this is her fault. Oh, I wouldn't go that far. Neither Arya Steelwind nor Beatrice Frege was directly responsible for the death of Garrick Pierce. So says the word of Asmodeus. Right, there's still the death of Pierce. It doesn't matter who's responsible for the massacre as a whole. All that matters is the validity of my contract. You act like you're in control of the situation, but you've been nervous ever since I began disputing your contract. You're hiding something, aren't you? Who can say for sure? The second paragraph is vague, but what about the first and third paragraphs? Something is off here. Wait. Is it possible that I didn't die? Are you still in denial? I thought you were ready to die to save your beloved Celeste. Answer the question, Eris. We can't trust Celeste's memories. That memory where she confirmed my death could all be a fabrication. If you're still holding on to the hope you survived this, let me state it plainly for you. Celeste McCoy did in fact observe that Tyrion Cuthbert was dead. I did not alter that memory. So says the word of Asmodeus. I'm sorry, Tyrion. How did you revive me, Eris? And do you even have the power to resurrect people from the dead? Who do you think you're talking to? Of course I do. But if you doubt me, why don't you declare that Tyrion Cuthbert never died? Knowing her, she could be baiting you into telling a lie, but it's equally likely she's bluffing. If you still doubt that I resurrected you, I'll state this. Beings of my power are able to resurrect people from the dead. So says the word of Asmodeus. Why would you need to specify that beings of your power can do that? Is it possible? It must be true. If you're saying that, it must be true. Exactly. I could have resurrected you at that moment. You can't deny that. Okay. Why would you need to specify that beings of your power can do that? Is it possible that it's not a simple or easy feat to accomplish? For example, would Marnoth be able to resurrect a person from the dead using a contract? Let me save you some trouble. I'll say it for you. The Empress of Discord can't resurrect people easily. So says the word of Horus. It's not the same as saying that it was impossible for me to do it, but it would require a large amount of effort on your part. Perhaps, but recall my previous declaration. Celeste was there, and by all accounts, she concluded you were dead. How thoroughly did you check me? I have experience in first aid, and it was pretty bad. You weren't breathing, and your heart was stopped. She tried to resuscitate you for several minutes, but to no avail. Right, there's no way your body could survive that long without oxygen and blood flow. And Eris just confirmed that Celeste spent several minutes trying to resuscitate you, but there has to be more to this than you're seeing. I almost feel that we've already figured this out. You might have been able to resurrect me, but you had a far easier way to create that scenario. And luckily for you, Beatrice was there under your control. Are you saying that Beatrice can resurrect people from the dead? No, the opposite is actually true. Beatrice Frege cast feigned death on Tyrion Cuthbert. So says the word of Horus. What? I'm sorry, Celeste, but I was never dead. She just used a spell to trick you. No, so everything I did, it was for nothing! But that means you never resurrected him. He was never dead in the first place. The contract only said he was apparently dead. All I did was revive him by making Beatrice release her spell, which allowed him to wake up. Well, that eliminates the first paragraph as a possible weak point. That only leaves the death of Garrick Pierce at Celeste's hand. Something happened with Pierce, didn't it? What are you hiding? Whatever could you be talking about? Your contract says that Celeste must bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. Since you wrote that contract, that must have been your intent from the beginning. So why are you so nervous? Something went wrong, didn't it? If you want to stay quiet, I'll just... All this could be an elaborate trick to bait you into making a false statement. You need to be careful. You need to find out exactly what went wrong. Is it possible that Celeste didn't kill Garrick Pierce? Are you serious? He's the man who killed her adopted father, and he was slated to be executed next month. She didn't have a rational reason not to trade his life for yours. Yeah, as bad as it sounds, that wouldn't be a hard choice for me. There isn't a single reason why I wouldn't take a deal like that. She may have wanted to, but something else might have happened. Perhaps Beatrice or Arya misinterpreted one of your commands and killed him against your wishes. You're making this so tedious. Neither the Empress of Discord, Arya Steelwind, nor Beatrice Frege killed Garrick Pierce. So says the word of Asmodeus. Well, what if you forced Celeste to kill him? She signed the contract already, so you had control of her. The contract states she needs to kill Pierce of her own volition and agency. Do you honestly think I would make a foolish mistake like that? Celeste McCoy had complete control of her actions when Pierce died. So says the word of Asmodeus. What if someone else killed Garrick Pierce on accident? Maybe a member of the Kingsguard who survived and entered the prayer room. Try again, Tyrion. Garrick Pierce's death was not an accident. It was intentional and committed with malice. And while I'm at it, the Empress of Discord, Celeste McCoy, Tyrion Cuthbert, Beatrice Frigga, and Arya Steelwind were the only people in the prayer room when Garrick Pierce when he died. So says the word of Asmodeus. No. Do you understand now? I can refute any possible explanation you may have had for Pierce's death. But the truth is, Tyrion, Garrick Pierce's death occurred because of Celeste McCoy's actions. So says the word of Asmodeus. No. Have you given up? Have I finally extinguished the light of hope within you? Can't believe it. I can't believe you fell for that. What? You've never thrown consecutive declarations at me like that before. It's because I'm getting close, isn't it? You can freely manipulate Celeste's memories of what happened, and I don't have any evidence that implies what actually transpired in the prayer room. The only person who could tell me that was you. What? You thought you could overwhelm me by shooting down all my theories, but all you did was tell me the exact state of the room when Garrick Pierce died, and now I can figure out what actually happened. Wait, who killed Garrick Pierce? It has to be either me or Garrick Pierce. And I don't have access to Shape Liquid. Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord. No, stop this! I'm not sure what would possibly drive him to do something like that. But when he was in the prayer room, Garrick Pierce chose to take his own life. What? You know what that means, don't you, Eris? But for the sake of it, I'll say it in a way that makes it abundantly clear. Stop this! Stop this right now! Celeste McCoy did not bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. So says the word of Horus. The conditions of your contract were impossible for Celeste to fulfill, renders it illegally and logically invalid. Checkmate, Eris. You filthy little... Contract nullified. You're back. Just mean I successfully nullified Celeste's blood contract. You look in the satchel and check the place where you've been keeping her contract. You only find a pile of ash. It appears it's completely disintegrated. But you're still alive. How? You. At first you think she's glaring at you, but then you realize, me? You little bitch. I could have accepted losing to a Heavensborn, but you? What are you talking about? Tyrion's the one that beat you. Wait, I remember what really happened now. Tyrion, please wake up. You can't die. It appears he's quite dead. You should be more careful, Celeste. You might hurt someone if you swing that dangerous thing around. I was right about you all along. I should have never trusted you. I like your enthusiasm, but there's still something you can do to save him. What is this? Do you feel that pit of dread in your chest? It's the same fear my dad felt after you stabbed him. And with his life, you'll have your beloved Tyrion back. What are you waiting for? End him, Celeste. I can't. What? What are you talking about? Tyrion, he wouldn't want this. He never has to know, Celeste. I can protect you from his Eye of Horus. That doesn't matter. I can't do it. It's just... This man literally killed your adopted father. Not to mention he's a dead man walking. You've lived a lifetime of killing people. What's one more person? I won't suffer your self-righteous pity, bastard. Don't misunderstand me. Right now, I want nothing more than to end your worthless life. But Tyrion's ideals are what saved me. A part of him is so wonderful and so beautiful. I could never betray those ideals, not even if it's to save him. You're actually serious, aren't you? You'd seriously sacrifice him to honor his idiotic ideals? I won't do it. I'm not going to sign that contract. Contract? I see now. What? So you're his little consort, aren't you? Figaqua. Damn it! Wait, get out of the way, you idiot! Drop the weapon, Pierce, don't be stupid! The only stupid one here is you, bastard! You should have known from the beginning! No matter what you chose, they were never going to let me live! They? But if I'm fated to die, then it's going to be on my own terms! Wait, stop! I'll see you all in hell! Damn it! Minas. Are you trying to heal him? It's too late. Aim straight for his heart. No. Come on, you waste of human flesh. Wake up! I still need you alive! What the hell did you just do? Pierce is dead and I signed your stupid contract. Now bring Tyrion back. No. No, 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 no! Pierce was dead anyway, so I thought I could catch her on a technicality. But I never realized what I actually did. You signed a faulty blood contract. You ruined everything. And where'd you get off on acting like you're any better than me? What? Ideals? Righteousness? Don't give me that bullshit. I could have accepted losing to Tyrion, but you're human. And you're a goddamn killer. All of you are rotten to your disgusting cores. You will tear each other's throats if I gave you the smallest reason to. Tyrion is the only person here with a trace of the celestial self-righteous mortality. That's what you think of them. You really don't know anything about humanity. Celeste is far more than what you're saying. She's far more caring and empathetic than I am. I could never even come close. Tyrion, it has nothing to do with whether I'm a Heavensborn or she's a human. But I think I understand you a little more, Eris. Is that so? Let me ask you a question, Eris. Did you feel any amount of satisfaction when you killed my mother? What? So, you figured that out, did you? When you went on that little tirade about killing Heavensborn, I had a feeling. How does it feel, Tyrion? The person who killed your mother and ruined your life is standing right in front of you. What do you have to say? Nothing to say? Say something, damn it! I think all I feel for you right now is pity. Oh, that's rich. You pity me? Your existence is an infinitesimal blip in my eternal existence. And yet you put all of this effort into making me suffer. Well, was it everything you imagined it would be? Did it satisfy you at all? I bet you didn't feel anything when you killed my mother. It was just another drop of evil into your empty soul. I was excited. It was far too simple. I didn't truly make her suffer. That's why I didn't... Oh, is that right? Well, what if you did succeed in throwing me into despair? Would you have felt any sort of satisfaction? Of course I... Demons can't tell lies, Eris. You can't lie to us. And you can't lie to yourself. No, that can't... And that's why I pity you. You were fated to be evil from the moment of your creation, weren't you? That's why you hate humanity so much. You envy us. What did you just say? You're envious of humanity. You don't grow. You don't change. You can't become a better version of yourself. You're right. Your existence probably will be eternal. You'll be eternally evil. And you'll be eternally unsatisfied. That's why you envy us. Because you'll never be free from that fate. That is completely... You can't say it, can you? You can't refute my claim, because it would be a lie. You know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe I'll never be satisfied. Maybe I won't feel any satisfaction from killing you. But I'm still going to try. Is this dragon fire? Arrogant witch. I suppose that solves that, although she'll definitely be back one day, and when she does, I'll be ready. Now let's be satisfied we finally discovered what happened. Oh, right. About that... Are you serious? For all that, we still don't know who the patron is. At this point, I'm just glad Miss McCoy wasn't the troop mastermind behind this. Speaking of which, now that I've nullified her contract, Celeste should finally have her true memories back. I do remember what happened, but it's still really fuzzy. I've really been trying to remember what was on Arya's contract when I caught a glimpse of it, but I think that's the memory Arya's manipulated the most. It's possible she will need some time to fully recover from the Empress's demonic influence. We don't have that kind of time. The damn demon led us around for the entire morning. We almost lost an hour due to Cuthbert disputing that contract. It's just past noon. Right, we have less than 3 hours before every magical trace of the crime scene disappears. Could you try testifying? Maybe reviewing everything will help jog your memory. Okay, I'll do my best. Miss McCoy, could you try to remember what happened during your business with the Empress of Discord? I'll try my best. I think I remember now. We went to meet with Pierce at 1:50 p.m., and we heard that commotion outside at 2:20 p.m. I saw Arya attacking the guards there, and I fought her for about 15 minutes before she broke past me. When I followed her into the prayer room, I found her there with Beatrice and Eris. They knocked Arya, Tyrion, and Pierce unconscious. I checked Tyrion's body and thought he was dead, but I now realize that Beatrice just cast feign death on him. Anyways, Eris offered her deal to me, but I couldn't go through with killing Pierce. I think you know the rest. A few minutes after Pierce died, after the Inquisition, the Kingsguard showed up to arrest Arya. Straight from your conversation with Elmater, that seems to match up with what we already knew. It appears we simply need to wait for Celeste's memories to return. It's clearly not okay with leaving his daughter vulnerable until then. Even if there's nothing apparently significant, I'd still like to cross-examine her. Go ahead, then. Okay. Originally, you said you fought her for a lot longer. Yeah, I had to account for the time that I spent speaking to Eris. I had a feeling something about that was off. I knew Tyrion would be really meticulous about the timeline of the murder, so I had to make my testimony match up with the time of Pierce's death. I'm really sorry. We'll talk about this later. I found her there with Beatrice and Eris. They knocked Arya, Tyrion, and Pierce unconscious. So we weren't wrong about Beatrice sneaking past you during your fight. Yeah, now that I look back on it, it was probably a distraction so Beatrice could sneak past me. What is it, Cuthbert? If the patron was working together with Eris, why would Eris use Beatrice to knock out Arya? I never thought of that. Frankly, I find it hard to believe the patron willingly went along with the Empress's convoluted plan. Clearly needed Pierce to die, and relying on McCoy to do it seems foolhardy. Right, is it possible Eris went off script then? She definitely doesn't seem like the type of demon to take orders from a human. Anyways, what happened after you saw me unconscious? I checked Tyrion's body and thought he was dead. Eris offered to deal with me. I think one blood contract could have such an effect on the investigation. I should have known she was up to something, but I was too desperate to realize it. You were put in a difficult situation. Take solace in the fact you stuck to your ideals despite that. The Scaled Lord is being surprisingly sympathetic towards her. This must have been after they went to investigate the foyer in the common room. Surprised after went to the prayer room as well. I'd thought the Kingsguard would have kept him in a secure location. Those were my orders, but His Majesty demanded they secure the cathedral for the safety of everyone there. It's always been an altruist. Your testimony doesn't appear to add any new information. But between the multiple murders and errors changing people's memories, there might be something you've missed. Remember each piece of evidence you have and time of each event that day. There might be something there you could use. I heard that commotion outside at 2:20 p.m. 2:20 p.m. implies that this is 2:35. I found her there with Beatrice and Eris. It was 2:30 though. No. Dragon Child oh god. Oh! That's possible. Shit. $218. Okay. Heard the commotion outside at 2:20 and fought for about 15 minutes. When did Pierce die? Not Pierce. 2:45. No, that's not it. I fought her for about 15 minutes before she broke past me. I knocked Arya, Tyrion, and Pierce unconscious. No? Has to do with the times. I heard that commotion outside at 2:20. Okay, so we need an exact timeline. 2 o'clock, Astra becomes trapped. 2 o'clock, Leafy looks for Beatrice. We heard the commotion outside at 2:20. So that checks out. 2:05, Lloyd dies. 2:18, Coraline dies. I saw Arya attacking the guards and fought for about 15 minutes before she broke past me. When I followed her into the prayer room, I found her there with Beatrice and Eris. They all knocked Arya, Tyrion, and Pierce unconscious. I checked with Tyrion's body and thought he was dead, but I realized that Beatrice just cast faint death on him. A few minutes after Pierce died. Remember each piece of evidence you have and the time of each event that day. Every event. Wait a second. 2:45, 3:10. A few minutes after Pierce died.
Objection! Objection!
What do you mean this isn't it? A few minutes after Pierce died, the Inquisition showed up. This all happened at 3:10 p.m. Every event. Died at 2:45. Unconscious guards at the prayer room at 3:10. Surprise asked to the prayer room. Those were my orders. What is it if it's not that? 2:20. Fought her about 15 minutes. 2:35. That gives us 10 minutes to do the contract before Pierce dies. A few minutes after Pierce died, Kingsguard showed up to arrest Arya. But that's not right. Because they didn't show up until 3:10, which is almost half an hour after Pierce died.
Objection! Objection!
Guess we'll try this one.
Objection!
Nope. Okay, that was what I had to do. Wait, what? What is it, Cuthbert? Celeste, are you sure Aster showed up only a few minutes after Pierce died? Yeah, I remember that part pretty well. I seemed really worried about being seen by them. We figured something out, Mr. Cuthbert. It's just that... May I remind you that we are extremely pressed for time. Stop wasting our time and just say what you want to say. Very impressive that he made his actions disappear like that. Celeste, Garrick Pierce died at 2:45 p.m., and Aster showed up in the prayer room only a few minutes after. Yeah, where are you? Wait, that raises a big question. How did Aster enter the prayer room around 2:45 p.m., when he should have been trapped in a force cage until 3 p.m.? Wait, you're not serious, are you? Quay's memories are clearly unreliable. My men all reported His Majesty led them to the prayer room after he exited the force cage. Normally, that would be more concrete when compared to Celeste's testimony, but we can't trust their testimony. What are you talking about? While I was disputing Celeste's contract, Eris declared that she made contracts with multiple members of the Kingsguard. What? They were working together with her, and if these contracts were structured similarly to Celeste, she must have had the ability to manipulate their memories. This means they could have intentionally or unintentionally lied during questioning. Think. Even the Kingsguard have been compromised. How could I have let this happen? And even if we assume that he somehow escaped an inescapable force cage, how did Aster know to head to the prayer room? I understand your point, but do you even understand what you're implying? I'm not trying to imply anything. I'm just stating the facts that we know. We know that a human, whether willingly or otherwise, worked with the Empress of Discord to orchestrate this massacre. He was deeply trusted by Arya Steelwind, so much so that she didn't even think twice about signing a contract that he gave her. There's only one person who meets those criteria. Aster de Wyvengard, the reigning king of our kingdom. Fuck! That's sad. I do love Aster, but not as much as I love Tyrion plus Celeste. Order. I will have order. Mr. Cuthbert, do you understand the weight of this accusation? To claim the king collaborated with a demon in any capacity is no small thing. I do, but I'm hoping this is all a misunderstanding. After all, Eris's goals seem to be nothing beyond sowing as much discord as possible. She may just believe that Celeste and Arya were both murderers. I want to save Arya, but I also want to believe in the people who've believed in me. If Aster has information that can save Arya, we have to find it. Very well then. Suppose it's only right with anything that has transpired that the king should make his truth known. I agree, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Kingsguard, please escort His Majesty to the stand. Thank you for cooperating, Aster. Of course, I understand your position, Mr. Cuthbert. Hoping you can shed some light on how Arya came to be under the blood contract in the first place. It's possible Eris tricked you somehow and made you carry out the massacre. It has to be something we're not seeing, despite what the evidence points to. Evidence? You're referring to Celeste's testimony, am I correct? I'm sorry to say this, but are you sure we can trust her testimony? We can trust her now. She is no longer under the effects of a blood contract, which you claim no longer exists, but only you have the power to manifest them in the first place. What are you getting at? I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I suppose what I mean is, after everything that just happened, how can we trust you? What? You disappeared for quite some time to who knows where, and the only person who was with you there was Celeste and a demon who can clearly alter people's memories. Isn't it a little convenient she was burnt to a crisp almost immediately after your return? She said it multiple times. That didn't actually kill her. And now, you're singling me out as the patron, the one ultimately responsible for the murders of Von Sanctus and Sybil. If that demon made you into a puppet, wouldn't this be exactly what she wanted? That's right. How do we know this Heavensborn can be trusted? We've all heard the stories. He's practically a dissident. For all we know, he could be an agent of the theocracy. You can feel the room turning against you. Even the scaled lord looks wary. Sorry, I didn't mean to insult you after everything you've done, but I suppose there's one way to confirm your theory. And what's that? Use your divine edict on me, just like you've done several times before. If I truly was in league with that demon, shouldn't I have a contract with her? It will appear, even if I was made to forget about it. Wait, that's right. We already tried that before and it didn't work, which means that he definitely doesn't have a contract with her. Why aren't you doing it? I can't. I already tried and nothing appeared. I see. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. I know you cared deeply for her, but we all saw Celeste's blood contract, and we heard her earlier confession. Not to mention, we have no way of knowing whether Celeste is truly free from Eris's influence. If Miss Steelwind is to be saved, we must all accept what needs to be done. I don't like saying this, but I think it's time this trial came to its conclusion. Don't you, Your Grace? Damn it, he's even got the Scaled Lord on his side. Even if it's against you, he's raised a lot of good points, but is he acting with malice or just being careful? Come on, think, Tyrion! We just proved my blood contract wasn't valid, but the one who made Arya commit those murders is still out there. Maybe you've been thinking about this the wrong way. Eris found ways to trick people into signing blood contracts before, so she wouldn't necessarily need a blood contract to trick Aster into accidentally helping her. The question isn't whether Aster knowingly did this or not. The question is, what part of the plan required Aster's physical involvement? There had to have been some sort of physical involvement on his part, and that might have left behind evidence that proves it. Aster was tricked into... Arya was tricked. He needed to trick Arya into signing the contract somehow. But you've seen how she is around him. That wouldn't have been very hard to do. No. Arya may be a lovesick disaster around him, but she's still an attorney. She would be careful to read any contract she signed. We deduced earlier that her blood contract was disguised as a normal legal document, and I remember, when you caught a glimpse of it, you immediately started teasing her. I'm really trying, but I just can't remember what I saw. But if I was teasing her about it, it was probably related to her relationship with Aster. What did Aster think she was signing? Sorry, I know that doesn't really narrow it down. No, that's exactly the clue I needed. Really? Arya signed a marriage license. Aster, there's one piece of physical evidence that proves you were involved in this. Really? The patron controlled Arya and committed each of the murders without having to do anything personally. But this was all contingent on tricking her into signing that contract in the first place. I recall that you went to a meeting with the High Speaker right before the massacre started. It was to discuss your marriage to Arya, wasn't it? Yes, that's correct. Aster, the blood contract that Arya signed needed to look like a normal legal document, but I just realized something while reading it. The language used would have made sense under a different context. In that contract, Arya gave you her mind, body, and soul. It would bind her to you so long as you both live. Wait, what are you saying? No. In other words, till death do you part? It's a big leap in logic even for you. Whoever tricked my daughter would have surely destroyed the evidence by now. That demon went out of her way to destroy her memories of Soin in it, or I doubt they would have left any copies of the marriage license to be found. Indeed, bringing such heavy accusations against the High Speaker or the King will require more than just speculation. First he dares call the King to testify, and now he's trying to indict the High Speaker? He's a traitor to the nation! I have more than just speculation, Your Grace. I have a copy of it. But your divine edict only recreates the terms of the blood contract, not the material it was written on. The original document wouldn't be visible on your copy. That wasn't the copy I was talking about, Aster. What? Don't you wonder how I knew about that blood contract? Every attorney has a magical runestone. They let us take pictures of crime scene and write down notes magically. Yes, I'm well aware of them. And did you know Arya took a picture of the marriage license he signed? What? She was so happy to finally have your union codified that she took a picture of your marriage license, even though it was technically illegal to do so. Why would she? The moment she regained consciousness, she thought she was a danger to others. She had no memories of what she did that day, but she knew something was wrong. That's why she locked herself in a prison with an anti-magic field. She was being rightfully cautious. But had she simply left any of those magic fields and checked her runestone, she would have found a picture of a marriage license with the same words as her blood contract. Shrub knew that stone would have met her eventually. Yeah, I guess so. So I'll ask you this, Aster. Who gave that marriage license to her? Was it you or the High Speaker? If you don't want to answer, we can drag the truth out of both of you. Don't bother. No, so it really was you. Tell me, Mr. Cuthbert, do you know what the best kind of lie is? The kind that's the hardest to disprove. No, not quite. It's the kind where you won't even try. The best kind of lie is the one you want to believe in. Truth can be right in front of you, but will make you look away. If I recall correctly, McCoy made you experience that firsthand today. Oh, Majesty, what are you? I'm done with this farce. I'm sure if we brought the High Speaker to the stand, Cuthbert would just deduce what happened anyway. It was always going to end this way, I suppose. Perhaps I was just lying to myself. You're hoy. Aster, you whelp! Are you saying it was you? You used my daughter to commit mass murder? I did, Lucio. What of it? How could you? And what right do you have to judge my actions, O great-scaled lord? I was only cleaning up the mess you created. If it weren't for Eris's little games, I would have done it in a much cleaner manner. Pardon me? No, I think I'll be pardoning myself. You can't be serious. I am the King of Wyvengard, am I not? Is that not my right? You're insane. Tell me, does this terrify you at all? To know that I can do whatever I please, with no one who can stop me? Is this not what you've been doing to the rest of this country? Do you seriously expect to get away with this? I do. Who has the power to stop me? The Scaled Lord? Yes, exactly him. That's why he hosted this trial in the first place. His authority is above yours. I didn't ask who could stop me, Tyrion. I said who was going to. What? Why are neither of you saying anything? Yes, Rathalion, have me arrested. Put my 7-year-old brother on the throne. I'm sure history will tell you exactly how a kingdom fares when a child sits on the throne. Or would you take the throne for yourself? You spent all those centuries huddled away in this ruined city. I'm certain you knew exactly what problems this nation is facing and what it needs to right itself. Rathalion. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. I came here to do what was best for my people. I may not know the best course before me, but I know with painful certainty it is not to seize control of this nation. I will not take that responsibility again, nor will I thrust that responsibility onto those who would not have it. Not really surprising. For everything I've seen, negligence has been your one consistent trait. And what about you, Lucio? Are you going to try to depose me? The beloved prince, now king of Wyvengard? Or did you remember, the people of this nation love me and hate you? I hear you're very skilled at arguing, Tyrion, but I doubt even you could make the public see that as anything other than a military coup. Can you imagine Grand General Lucio deposing the new king of Wyvengard before the previous king's body is even interred? I wonder just how bloody a civil war that would plunge this nation into. And even if Lucio doesn't have much difficulty crushing the commoners, I'm sure you can imagine just how tempting a weakened Wyvengard would look to other nations. Damn it, by killing Siblin von Sankas, he left a power vacuum that only he could fill. Aster, you're holding the entire kingdom hostage. Looks at Celeste, JK. You're kidding. I'm not. I'm merely consolidating power it belongs. I'm not kidding, Obsidian. Because we know that the truth of Celeste's parentage would screw up the plan. His plan is that the only options are a dragon who knows nothing about the governing or a 7-year-old boy. But it just so happens there's a 20-year-old warrior who would probably be a pretty good queen. I'm merely consolidating power it belongs, in the hands of a kind and benevolent ruler who's finally going to fix this nation. You murdered several people, consorted with demons, and enslaved your own fiancée. I'm sure that to you my actions seem evil and unforgivable, but to the rest of them in Wyvern nobility, I very much doubt I'm even the first to do such a thing. This is just politics. Because here's the thing. One of my main theories leading to Celeste being Steelwind's child was the white hair, which Steelwind has. But Arya does not have white hair. But it seems to me that every member of the royal family that we've met has had white hair. And I think that makes checkmate, Cuthbert. I can't believe it. I've always wanted to say that. What are you all doing? Are you just going to let him get away? Lucio, she's your daughter. Are you just going to let him keep control over her? My daughter would not sacrifice the stability of Wavengard for her freedom. You know that to be true. He killed so many people, and he enslaved Arya. He almost killed you, and he tried to kill me. Wait a minute, that's right. Why did he try to kill you? What do you mean? If Astor is the patron, that means Pierce originally sent that letter to him. King de Wavengard just recently died. What if Celeste was a member of the royal family? That wouldn't entirely make sense. Even if McCoy was of royal blood, Astor is the king's eldest child, and he's of pure royal blood. McCoy would have no claim to the throne under these circumstances. If you were his half-sister, you wouldn't have a claim to the throne. So why would he go to so much trouble to kill Pierce and you? Maybe he just wanted to make sure, but he wouldn't have had Eris kill Pierce personally if it wasn't important. He needed both you and Pierce to die during the massacre, which means you two were just as important targets as Von Sanctus and Sybil. Okay, but my potential claim to the throne would be the only reason why he'd be scared of me. If that wasn't a problem, why would he be so scared of Pierce's blackmail? Would the line of succession be the only reason why he'd be scared of Celeste's parentage? Recall what you remember about Wyvengard's laws regarding parentage. Wasn't there something someone mentioned before about that? You recall a conversation with Theon. The Church of Bahamut is important not only to Wyvengard's culture, but to its civil stability. Doing this voice is going to actually kill me right now. Faith is a powerful and unifying force. Is that why you revise Wyvengard's history and keep Heavensborn outside the country? I don't know what you're trying to insinuate. Distance like him will be the end of our culture. Master didn't murder the High Speaker when he had the chance. It's possible the Church of Bahamut plays a role in his future plans, but that wouldn't explain why he needed Pierce to die. You recall a conversation you had with Eris. Scale Lord, rivals out of the king. Just a way to appease the church. Scale Lord and his kin can override the king's rule. Wait! Oh shit, I think you're right. Dragon's born. Wait. Oh my god! A flood of memories comes back to you. Celeste McCoy, by order of the Wyvengard Cranny under arrest. Noticing the commotion, the three other knights rush to grab her and begin dragging her away. She kicks and screams against them, desperately trying to break free. Even between the three knights, it's taking all their strength to subdue her. I know more than one spell now, and I actually just learned a few new spells today. Sorry, spells as in plural? How long did it take you to learn these spells? A few hours, I think. Multiple spell forms within a few hours? Oh, what was her voice? Ah, so you come from the same humble beginnings that I do. Which spells have you mastered? I haven't really mastered any of them. I know about 7 spells, though. 7? It's almost 4 times the amount that I know. She's learned even more spells. She's been picking them up rather quickly. Make no mistake, even in my human form, I have always had the strength of an ancient dragon. This can't be real. What? What is it, Tyrion? It's absolutely crazy, but it also makes a lot of sense. Her ridiculous strength, her natural talent for learning magic, she inherited it all from him. You okay? You got really pale all of a sudden. Once you reveal this, there's no going back for her. Do you even have any right to do this to her? No, Arya's freedom rides on this, and as much as it pains you, this is the only way to save her and Wyvengard. I'm sorry, Celeste, but why are you apologizing? What I'm about to do will change your entire life, possibly in a way you don't want it to. It'll place an unimaginable responsibility on your shoulders, but it's the only way to save Arya and stop him. So I'm sorry. Please forgive me for doing this. Do you think one little life-changing event could ever change how I feel about you? Are you sure? I owe you and Arya for what I did. But we need to do this to save Arya, right? It's partly my fault she's in this situation. But if my life is really going to change because of this one, promise me one thing. What is it? Take responsibility for what you're about to do. Of course, I was always going to do that regardless of what happened. Good. Are you two done flirting with each other? If you have nothing else to say, stop wasting all our time. Aster, I know who Celeste's father is. Wait, really? What? No, you're bluffing. You have to be. Why don't we test that theory, then? You said no one could contest your rule of Wyvengard aside from the Scaled Lord. But there's one more person, isn't there? What are you talking about? Only the Scaled Lord has the political power to override the will of the king. And his kin, Lucio. Yes, so I suppose that's... Aster to Wyvengard, you needed Celeste to die during the massacre. It's because her existence would always pose a threat to your rule. Are you serious? People of the Wyvengard nobility, your current king was fearful of my bodyguard's parentage, and now we know why. Celeste McCoy is the daughter of the Scaled Lord Rathalion, ancient dragon, and creator of all arcane magic. Thus says the word of Horus! Judging from your reaction, I'm right, aren't I? I'm half dragon? Well, apparently I'm part angel, so you're in good company. So that demon was speaking the truth. Aster to Wyvengard, as the Scaled Lord's kin, Celeste has the authority to pass judgment on you and override your rule. And when you're gone, she will take your place as ruler of Wyvengard. Miss McCoy, think about this. Can you even begin to grasp what it takes to lead a nation, much less this broken one? You'll find this crown no less binding than any blood contract. Just tell me one thing, Aster. Why did you do this to Arya? She trusted you. She loved you. You could have changed Wyvengard together with her. You could have done it all without having to do any of this. Is that what you really think? I suppose you would. You probably also think Tyrion is the first person to try to change this nation while still working within its laws. There's nothing wrong with having ideals and working within the law. My father was like that too. He was a man of ideals, once. But I watched for my whole life as he was forced to compromise on everything he believed in, one ideal after another. It was to keep the peace. We must maintain the stability between the noble houses to uphold law and order. Do you know who paid the price every time? Not him, not me, not any of the nobles gathered here. No, the people who paid the price were the common folk, the kind of people you two are always trying to save. I would have honestly thought you'd understand by now. A gulf exists between what is just and what is lawful in this kingdom. I thought that you two, out of everyone, could have understood why I did this. We know it's not fair, but we're capable of changing it, and you had the power to do just that. I am changing it! You worked so hard to find the truth behind Von Sanctus and Sybil's murders, but here's the little bit of truth that's evident to everyone in this room except you two. Half of the people present here today are glad they're gone, and the other half wants to be the ones to replace them. The blood I shed in a single hour did more good for this kingdom than you two would have done in years. So that's how you plan on fixing this country's problems? By working with demons and killing your way to a brighter future? If I have to, why not? Every day across the nation, commons are killed and oppressed at the hands of the very nobles gathered here. They bleed this country dry and feed on its people like carrion. I'm merely returning a much-needed sense of equality. Do you really think any of you are in a position to judge me? All of you came running at the news of my father's death, also you could be the first to fill my ears with your sycophantic praises. Do you know the difference between the Empress of Discord and all of you is? The demon was just a bit more honest. Arya wanted to change that. She would have helped you. Arya's too stupid and naive to do anything. She loved you. How could you? She loved her idea of me. She loved a weak and ineffectual prince who would have borne watching his kingdom want with a damned smile. She loved your kindness, Aster. This is kindness. The blood I will spill with the greatest kindness this kingdom has ever known. And once I am done, Wyvengard will be better and stronger for it. Aster, McCoy, I don't care what you are. The Scaled Lord's daughter, the rightful heir, none of that matters to me. I will save my kingdom and its people, and I will carve the rot out of its heart, piece by bloody piece. Nothing will stand in my way. I am Aster to Wyvengard, king of Wyvengard, and consort to the Lord of the Sixth. I am... nothing but a dead man. Vulnus. Hoo-hoo! Lucio. Haha, he used Sealwind Strike. What? No. Lucio, what have you done? The blood contract, Cuthbert. What? My daughter's blood contract. Does it still exist? Check your satchel. And sure enough, Arya's blood contract has completely disintegrated. Its conditions have been fulfilled, haven't they? Because they no longer both live. Excellent. Lucio, this is not what we discussed. My daughter would never be free as long as that wretch lived. McCoy agreed to take his place. This was always how it was going to end. Lucio, you can't seriously expect to save your breath, Cuthbert. We already know. Kingsguard, what are you standing around for? The Grand General has just committed regicide. Arrest him at once. Oh, shit. I suppose that's that, then. But this isn't really something to celebrate. I'm compelled to agree. To think that His Majesty was so far gone he consort with a demon. Else we could save the common folk. Regardless of his actions, he did have the same goals as you. He truly wanted to make things better for the common folk. Even with the Eye of Horus, you never caught a hint of the pain he must have been feeling. He closely guarded his true emotions from everyone, including Arya. No wonder Eris was able to manipulate him. You, of all people, know exactly how easily she can exploit someone's emotions. Nevertheless, it's apparent there's no need to continue this trial, although it's clear our work is only just beginning. Court is adjourned for the time being. You're all free to return to your homes. However, I'm sure there's still much for each of us to discuss. Many things have changed here today, and I'm sure many of us will need to make arrangements to adapt. Until then, please refrain from discussing the events today with anyone outside these halls. This goes without saying, but we must keep today's events a secret from the public, at least for now. You all exit the Scaled Lord's lair. Considering everything that's happened, this should feel like a victory. Arya was saved, Eris was vanquished, temporarily at least, and the patron no longer lives. Hey, hi. We won, didn't we? So why does this feel so... Yeah, I feel the same way. He was a terrible person. He killed people. He tried to kill us, and he used Arya like a puppet. But I really wish we could have changed his mind. Yeah, sometimes people are beyond saving. And I think he made up his mind a long time ago. He knew what he was doing to Arya, and I can't think of any other way we could have truly freed her. I know, I just hope she's... Hello, I'm glad I found you before you left. You freeze up when you look at her. More specifically, you're a little disturbed by what the Eye of Horus is showing her. Oh, Arya, I'm sorry, Why are you apologizing? What? It's about your testimony. I'm afraid I will need to charge you with perjury. Ah, right. Wait, seriously? Come on, I'm basically your boss now. No one is above the law. That was made apparent when... She suddenly stops talking before she mentions his name. She doesn't trail off. Her voice doesn't even break. She simply stops, as if she were a machine that ceased functioning. Arya? Anyways, I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. You do have a talented defense counsel, after all. Right. You really want to say something back, but you're too off-put to say anything. Anyways, I wanted to thank you for the work you've done, Mr. Cuthbert. I truly mean it when I say you have my gratitude. Yeah, of course. Anyways, so I have much work to get done now that the Grand General's in custody. Or you'll be taking my leave. Yeah. What was that all about? Why didn't you say anything to her? I didn't see anything through the eye. She must be subconsciously guarding her emotions. I guess I don't really blame her. No, Celeste. I didn't see anything. What? I looked at her with the eye. She wasn't holding anything back. And even with that, I saw nothing. There's no anger, no sadness, no fear, no joy. I've used the eye to see the emotion of a countless amount of people, but I've never seen that before. It's like I was looking at a machine. But you're right, I should have said something. I'm going to... So you're about to chase after, Celeste stops you. Do you mind if I talk to her? What? Are you sure? Yeah, we actually hang out a lot outside of the trials. I think she might respond better to me. You remember the comforting feeling of her hand in yours. Alright, I suppose I'll let you handle it. Once again, you remember the comforting feeling of her hand in yours. Just, keep it verbal. What? Never mind. I don't know what I'm saying. Just go. Alright, you weirdo. Looks like you've gotten the acquittal of yet another client. But it didn't tie up quite as neatly as you'd hoped. What do you mean she's gone? She was just here. I'm sorry, Your Grace. You may not know what the future has in store for you. But perhaps that's okay. You have a new feeling that as long as you have her, no. As long as you have everyone, you can begin forging your own path. A path that is completely chosen by you this time. Damn it, Arya, where are you? Oh, hello. Oh, my apologies. I didn't mean to frighten you. No, it's fine. You're looking for Miss Steelman, aren't you? Yeah, how'd you know? She's been sitting outside my lair for a while. I tried speaking to her, but... Yeah, I get it. I'm gonna try talking to her. Of course. Rathalion? Yes? I'm not mad at you, you know. What? I'm not sure why you left me at the McCoy Tavern, but because of that, I got to be raised by my mom and dad. And if I didn't live there, I would have never met Tyrion or Arya. I could never be mad at you about mad about you giving me a life like that. Plus, now I know that I'm half dragon. It's pretty cool, isn't it? Miss McCoy, don't be so formal. I'm technically your daughter, aren't I? Right, Celeste. So I've been meaning to ask. About you and Mr. Cuthbert, are you two... Oh, wow, look at how late it is! I better go talk to Arya right now! I'll see you later, Scaled. Bye! She called herself my daughter. Suppose I understand how you feel now, Lucio. Hey, Arya? Celeste, what are you doing here? Just making sure you're doing okay. You are doing okay, right? Oh yeah, there's no need to worry about me. You're looking up at the sky. Are you stargazing? Just looking at the moon. It's full tonight. Do you mind if I watch it with you? Do what you want, I technically take orders from you now. You know, it was also a full moon outside on the night my parents found me in their inn. That's why they named me Celeste. It's the word for heavenly bodies in the Draconic language. Is that so? Yeah, they told me they thought I was a gift from the Scaled Lord. In a roundabout way, they were actually kind of right. It's a little funny when you think about it. By the way, I never got to thank you for sticking up for me before. What? Remember you jumped onto the stand when Tyrion manifested my blood contract. Not that I blame him, but I don't think even he believed in me at that point. If you'd never done that, who knows how this could have ended up. Really appreciated you doing that. You're a really good person, Arya. I was merely doing what I thought was right. Yeah, I guess that's what you've always done. You're not really going to charge me with perjury, are you? Of course I am. Are we serious about that? Damn it. But we do require your help to hold the structure of our kingdom together. We won't send you to prison, but I might have you do some community service. Fine, I guess I can live with that. My father told me I was being too lenient, but I can understand the position you are put in. We all do stupid things for love, after all. Stupid. Arya? How could I be so stupid? Hey, you're not... I am. I'm a complete and utter fool. I knew about blood contracts after what happened to Beatrice. I'm an attorney, for Lord's sake. I've read countless legal documents. When I signed that contract, I knew something was wrong. But I was just so stupidly happy. That's not fair. No one could have expected him to do something like that. Now my father, he's gonna pay for my stupid mistakes. I'm sorry. Celeste, why did I trust him so much? He used me like a puppet. With my hands and my magic, he made me... I'm sorry, Arya. What he did to you is horrible, and I don't know how to make it better. But you're not alone, okay? It's not just me. Tyrion, your father, we're all here for you. So please don't shut off your emotions from us. Thank you. Celeste, I think we've made a decision. What's that? I'm going to drop the charges of perjury against you. Wait, are we still on that? Mr. Cuthbert, I've spoken with my associates in the press. The story we created should be printed as we speak. I don't like this. We're lying to the people of Wyvengard about what really happened. Not to mention, the story paints me like I'm some kind of god. I understand your reservations, but Aster was right about how the common folk felt about him. If we told the people what actually happened, they would never believe it. They'd think his death was part of some political conspiracy. Even with this cover story, we can't be certain that they still won't suspect that. Arya, shouldn't you be resting? Nonsense. I'm not going to sit around feeling sorry for myself while everyone else fixes my mistakes. She may be hiding her pain behind a smile, but she's not shutting down her emotions like before. Was Celeste able to get through to her? As much as it pains me, we should strive to carry forth his virtues that Aster represented to the common folk. Wyvengard will gain more from those false virtues than from the person that he truly was. The stability of our nation must be maintained if we're to move forward, and if we must use the people's piety against them, then so be it. Arya, as the new appointed head of House Steelwind, I will also do my part to support your rule, as with the Scaled Lord. Celeste smiles in gratitude to their words, but she slyly glances around and looks expectantly. Do you even have to ask? I made a promise to you, didn't I? And it's not just us. I'll do my best to make sure the rest of Wyvengard supports you too. Oh yeah, since you two patched things up, we could ask for Ruby's help. Right, I forgot that I was supposed to meet with her this morning. I'll need to apologize to her about that. Wait, have you still not told her about what happened yet? We had more important things to worry about. I'm sure she'll understand. Tyrion, the last time you saw her, you manifested a blood contract without explaining anything. Then you vaguely said something about helping Arya. Don't worry, I'll explain everything to her once things quiet down. Tyrion, that story we fabricated is being printed right now. Everyone in Wyvengard is going to read about it in the paper, including her. Oh. What's all this noise about? What, have you been living under a rock, lady? Read the Morning People. The Scaled Lord's returned. What? Demonic attack claims the lives of prominent figures. Chaos broke out yesterday during the private wedding between Arya Steelwind and Crown Prince Aster to Wyvengard. In a surprise attack orchestrated by a malevolent demon, a devastating loss was inflicted upon our kingdom, shattering the very foundations of our power and stability. The carnage left in the wake of this abyssal assault was nothing short of catastrophic. Among the fallen were Lady Corlin Sybil, Lord Lloyd von Sanctus, and Lord Lucio Steelwind. What happened to Steelwind? Both King Olivier and Crown Prince Aster made a heroic attempt to repel the foul monster, and while the profane demon was felled and defeated, the king and the crown prince tragically lost their lives in the ensuing battle. However, amidst the chaos and despair, a glimmer of hope emerged to prevent the kingdom from descending into further disarray. The Scaled Lord himself descended from the heavens, restoring order and making a profound proclamation. In a selfless act to maintain the integrity and unity of Wyvengard, the Scaled Lord appointed his holy daughter as the new queen of Wyvengard. What? Again with this scaled lord nonsense. This reeks of a violent political coup. Whoever this new queen is, I bet she's just another rotten noble. Says there's a picture of her on the next page. Wait, what the fuck? Oh. After hearing about what happened to my former lord, I've thought a lot about my actions. I won't ask you to forgive me, Your Majesty, but I want to continue to atone for all the harm I've caused. God. I'll continue my studies in the field of conjuration. With the kingdom in such disarray, it falls onto people like me to maintain order. Why are you looking at me like that? Oh. Sub-character design Violet. Courtroom chippies, Adam Scythe. We'd never be able to do this if it wasn't for your... We feel partially responsible for what happened to the academy. We'd like to make amends however I can. Don't worry about that. Business has been booming ever since we set up shop in Rostom. More customers just means more work for me. Environment cards, Miko. Okay, so, dialogue is not responding to my clicking, so I'm going to have to go through this. I've been developing my necromancy ever since I began working under Lord Slepus. I think I've grown quite good at it. Don't get ahead of yourself, you've grown competent at it. That was a joke. You're probably the best necromancer I know. Aside from me, of course. Waifu consultation! This game had a waifu consulter. They did their job well. I'm sorry, but I still can't remember everything. From what I've read in my record, perhaps that's a good thing. Even if your memories are gone, your crimes can't be changed. You still have to serve your sentence, but we do hope you can live out the rest of your life in peace. Insane in the Rain music, and Shady Cicada. That's how I found this game. Shady Cicada's YouTube videos, that's how I discovered this game. What are you looking at, punk? Wait. Oh no, it's you. That crazy chick isn't with you, is she? Why are you looking behind me, man? Did you just call me crazy? Oh, Lord, run for it, Gavin! Oh. Good to see you, Mr. Cuthbert. From what I hear, you've certainly moved up in the world. Yeah, a lot has happened. I don't even know where to begin. I'm glad to see the refinery's doing well. Well, I suppose I have you to thank for that. You're quite the... what did Her Majesty call you? An angel investor? Yes, that's it. Actually, I'm actually here on behalf of Her Majesty. We both had an idea for a business venture. We think it would set a good precedent if we employed a company with your business practice. Oh, I like the sound of that. Oh. Still have much to learn about leading it. I hope I can bring House Frege and Wavengard to a brighter future. We think it's about time we ended the constant feud in between the Steelens and the Fregas, and we'd like for us to work together. I may not know much, but that certainly sounds like a step in the right direction. Jacker will do best to help Queen. Appreciate the gesture, but I don't think... Banks need gold, right? Jacker can dig for gold. And that makes checkmate, Cuthbert. What? Did you just lose? No, I demand a rematch. Learn to lose with dignity, for Lord's sake. I'm glad I let him keep those armbands. So glad Eugene came back. To think the Scaled Lord would sacrifice his daughter for the good of our kingdom. Theon, I want this job. Such humility, such self-sacrifice. I'm literally a queen. Who wouldn't want this mantle? Actually, this job is kind of annoying. Sorry. Nah, as long as I have you with me, I'm happy. Tie less, tie less, tie less, tie less, tie less. There better be a tie less scene in this epilogue. You may have everyone else fooled, but I know how this story goes. Mage is still a mage, a noble still a noble. Come on, don't be like that. Hey, if you want to prove me wrong, by all means. But I ain't holding my breath. Suppose you have every reason not to trust those in power. But we are going to fix this kingdom, and we're going to do it within the confines of the law. I really wish he would just talk to us. He He's trying to process everything that happened. I don't think he'll be very receptive to us. At least, not right now. You should probably hire a therapist. Yeah, maybe those aren't things that we should just box up and put in a box labeled for later. Are you okay? Yes, we really appreciate you coming here with me. His actions were absolutely deplorable. I was hoping coming here would give me closure, but with Von Sanctus and Sybil gone, we have had a much easier time repairing our... We feel uneasy about all this. Now, I also see what you mean. He may have had good intentions, but he refused to let anyone work with him. Even with Eris, they were just using each other. I do think he really wanted to change Wyvengard, but he would only do it his way. Even if he did end up achieving his goals, the legacy he'd leave behind would be one of blood. No lasting peace or justice could have that as its foundation. Surprisingly mature for you. Hey, I'm always mature. Good boy, Aster. There better be a Tylest scene. Are you kidding me, Ruby? What kind of ridiculous case was that? Weren't you the one who called a monkey to the sand during Beatrice's trial? Yeah, I suppose you have a point. Anyways, truth is often stranger than fiction. You should know that better than anyone. Oh my god, I just realized. Is this what I've been doing to Arya? Hey, you're the one that wants to be lead prosecutor. I'm only filling in for her until we can find a qualified replacement. Well, if you ever get bored of life as a royal, there's always a spot open at my office. I wish I knew about this game earlier so I could crowdfund it. If there's ever a sequel, I will absolutely be crowdfunding it. We see they allowed you to keep your ex. I thought I asked you to stop visiting me. You did. We merely chose to ignore you. McCoy's impertinence is rubbing off on you. We'll take that as a compliment. Well, I'm glad to see you in such good spirits. Clear that I underestimated you. That wasn't a fun scene to voice. Surprised you're not sentencing me to death. I suppose I should be grateful. Yeah, we kinda need you alive so we know when Eris is back. You're using me like a canary in a coal mine. I'm almost proud of you two. Although I am curious as to why she hasn't returned yet. What the hell is this? Why are you preventing me from leaving? Well, I can't very well let you make a fool of yourself a second time. You are not to leave the Sixth Circle until I say otherwise. This is the word of Asmodeus. Are you grounding me? If you want to behave like a petulant child, I'll treat you like one. I swear, when I get hurt for you... What have I told you about speaking in future tense? Wow, that voice legitimately made me lightheaded. Are you sure you don't want to move into the castle with us, Mom? No, I've grown attached to this place. It was your father's, and it doesn't seem right to abandon it. Yeah, I get what you mean. Anyways, I want to give you two some privacy. Mom. So stop dragging your feet, Tyrion. I want to live to see my grandkids. Mom! Tylest, Tylest, Tylest. So I was wondering, you've lived for a really long time, right? I have. Do I have any siblings? No, I'm sorry, there was one many centuries ago, but I lost her. It was rare even across the centuries when I've sought companionship. Dragons are magical beings, and the creation of offspring is rare. So much so it's a miracle that you were born. I'm sorry, but you're alone. I don't really feel that way. I think I spent so much time with Arya that she's basically my sister. And Tyrion, well... Perhaps I should have some words with Mr. Cuthbert. Don't you dare! So, are our kids gonna be half human, quarter dragon, quarter celestial? Or do those, like, cancel out and they'll just be human? So we meet the Gen Crimson Demon. Who keeps telling people about that nickname? Who knows, it could have been anyone. Tyrion, you don't like it? I could help you come up with a new one. I'm good, thanks. How about Scaled Empress? Okay, I actually really like that. Oh, hi Cuthbert. I have everything ready for tonight. What? It's nothing. Pretend like you don't know anything. What? Oh, I see, so it's for her. What are you doing? It's a surprise. Alright, you weirdo. Proposal! Tylest! 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 Police dog from the future. Hey, why'd you bring me out here? You're not usually this secretive. Come on, it's a surprise. Wait, is that a boat? Are you gonna be okay? I thought you were really prone to motion sickness. Don't worry, I've done this plenty of times before. Alright, if you say so. Tyrion, it's really dark. Are you sure this is safe? Yeah, there'll be plenty of light soon, so this is Occupation Defense Kearney. Oh, it just says bodyguard. Soon? In about 3, 2, 1. Wow. Right on schedule. You knew this would happen? During certain times of the year, the ley lines around Oronox become extremely potent. A lot of the businesses here take advantage of this to charge the arcane power cells in their homes, and those effects are amplified when they do it simultaneously. This is what happens when they synchronize with each other. It lights up the entire city. You're such a nerd. But it's beautiful, right? Yeah, it is. My mom used to bring me out here before everything happened. You're the only other person I've ever shown this to. Oh. I really miss being able to spend time with you like this. Yeah, me too. It was so much simpler when you were just an attorney and I was your bodyguard. But now I'm the Scaled Lord's daughter and you're the lead prosecutor. We barely get to see each other. But at least we're together now. You have something to remember whenever we're apart. Yeah. What? Your thoughts are leaking, Celeste. What are you... it's been so long, I forgot to... Is something wrong? She's always had a habit of teasing you, so you can't help but enjoy putting her on the other end for once. I didn't really mean... Wait, no, I did mean it, but... I know this is really a rude thing to say, but I kind of hate the Eye of Horus sometimes. I love you too, Celeste. Okay. She tried to inch closer to you, but she's trying her hardest to avoid eye contact with you. But there is one way to meet her make your gaze. Tyrion, do you not want this? Of course I do. I think I've wanted this for a long time. I always find myself smiling like an idiot whenever we're together. I don't think I've ever felt this happy before. Your faces inch closer to each other. Yes! You two may never be able to go back to your old lives, but moments like this make everything worth it. You'll always keep your promise, right? No matter what happens, no matter where each of us goes, we'll go there together. Oh, that was me. No matter what happens, no matter where each of us goes, we go there together. Good. Sorry, this is all a little too much. I'm feeling a little lightheaded. Take all the time you need. Right now, we have all the time in the world. Have you heard about what happened in Wyvengard? Is that why you've called me here? This could have been in an email, Arch-Sentinel. This is serious. How did we not know about this Tyrion Cuthbert? Keeping records of the Heavensborn is Lumina's responsibility, High Inquisitor. Frey Cuthbert was always a slippery one. Even you couldn't track her. And he's just one Heavensborn. Ilya, he brought the Lord of the Six to the court of bloody Azathoth. Do you have any idea the amount of damage they could have done to the multiverse there? You're worrying too much. We're still here, aren't we? The multiverse is intact and everything is fine. Ilya, he has the Eye of Odin? What? I checked the data my drones collected. These readings, they're exactly the same as the ones we gathered during experiment with Frey. He awakened its power, albeit briefly, and he did it in front of the Lord of the Sixth. We must assume the Lord of the Ninth knows about it as well. Come on, that's not possible. Even you said it was impossible to manage Odin's power on the mortal plane. The Lord of the Ninth has begun moving its forces. He knows, Ilya. You know better than anyone else. Nothing is impossible when the House of Horus is involved. All right, you win. I'll look into this. Exercise discretion. If they ever find out about what we did with Frey, I know it could mean war with Wyvengard. Ilya, it could mean war with the entire Outer Planes. What the fuck? What the fuck? It is midnight and I live in an apartment. I should not be screaming. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. So fucking good. So fucking good. I need to know so much about the sequel. God, oh, fuck. This is bullshit. I agree! I did it. It only took almost 5 hours. It's past my bedtime, and my voice is so dead. God, how am I supposed to return to normal life? Alright. Special occasion. We're gonna break out a little bit more of this terrible wine. So, that brings us to the end of tonight's stream. Um, almost feels weird doing all my normal call to actions after this. I would love so much to talk about all of that and how insane that was and how happy I am to tie lest. To tie lest. But I think with the time I have left, because I really do need to go to sleep, I have work in the morning. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm sure I will be talking about this in the Discord at some point or on stream. Fred and I will be doing Tiptoe tomorrow. We'll be playing Wizard with a Gun. That is at 9 o'clock, or 9:15 Eastern Standard Time. We will be starting out that. Thank you so much. It was amazing. Thank you. Thank you all for enjoying this. Oh, fuck. Never mind. I'm getting emotional here. I... what she said. I picked up this game just on a whim, and I was like, I want to stream this. It's a Sunday evening. Who even knows if anyone's going to tune in? I want to stream this game. Seems fun. And this has been such a great journey for this community. I am so excited to see what comes next. And if you're excited to see what comes next, I'm doing my call to actions before I get emotional. If you want to see what's next, if you've been hanging out here, and you're for some reason still here even though you haven't followed, drop us a follow. We really appreciate those. We have big plans coming up soon. If you want to talk to people about what happened tonight, if you want to find out what our plans coming up are, you can join our Discord at that link right there. If you want to catch the entire Tyrion Cuthbert series and almost everything else we do, you can find that on our YouTube channel. And if you want to find some of our funny little clips, you can do that at the Clips channel there. Alright, with that out of the way, your boy can get emotional for a minute as we sign off. This game has been such an amazing journey for me and this channel. I am, as much as I loved this entire thing, I am so sad to see it go. The fact that twice in the span of the week I've streamed for almost 5 hours, and people have been here through the entire time because they were so excited about this game and my take on this game, that means so much to me. So thank you all so much. To Ty Lest, to Pucas and the Frid, to Tyrion Cuthbert. Oh god, this is still so bad. I don't know why I decided that drinking bad wine would be a better idea than drinking the soda that I've been drinking all stream. But we've got some big plans. I'm so excited for what comes next. Coming up very soon, we will be kicking off well, not kicking off, but we will be carrying out spooky season in style. We're going to be playing some Doki Doki Literature Club. I hope everyone is just as excited as I am. Coming down the pipeline, we have Arcade Spirits, which is a visual novel that I've played before. A sequel has come out that I have not played yet, and I want to play the original on stream before I play the sequel, so people have any idea what's going on. I hope everyone's excited. I will not be changing the decision that I made last time. The romance option that I chose owns my heart to this day. I am excited for all of you to meet Naomi. That's her name, I'm pretty sure. I've played this game like 4 years ago, so it has been a while. But I'm excited for all of you to meet Naomi and find out what happens in Arcade Spirits. And coming way far down the pipeline, Stray Gods, the role-playing musical, will be scheduled just random. So I will be, I think what I'm going to do is I will be restructuring my personal stream schedule. In terms of the visual novel streams, I think that's going to be pivoting. The majority of my solo streams will do that. As much as I know, one specific person was very interested in Disco Elysium. I think with the enjoyment that I'm having and the enjoyment that it seems chat's having, I think I'm going to put Disco Elysium on ice for a bit, switch over most of my streams to the visual novel stuff that I have coming down. Those will be... What I'm going to do is I will guarantee one stream a weekend at least, and other than that, it's just going to be kind of as it comes up, same as Tyrion. So there's some amount of schedule, but it'll mostly just be random, to answer your question. But all that aside, thank you all so much for joining me on this adventure. Got all dressed up. As much as I felt like I really should have split it somewhere, I had gotten all dressed up and I got the wine out, and I really needed to finish the game tonight. But speaking of really needing to do things, I need to go to bed. So, I will say, again, thank you all so much for joining me. I hope everyone enjoyed the series as much as I did. And I can say that Pucas and the Frid, we've got some great things coming down the line. And nothing's going to stop us, man, king, or god. Or horrible wine. That's not going to stop us either. But thank you so much, all of you. From the bottom of my heart, thanks for joining me tonight. Yeah, worth ruining your sleep. It is later for you than it is for me. So, I'll stop beating around the bush. I feel bad for the people watching this on the VOD. Thank you all for coming tonight. I'm going to say it one last time. And that, to the game, is checkmate.